very much. We're live?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Recognizing a quorum, I'm calling this meeting of the Cannabis Control Commission to order at 10 a.m. on July 9th, 2020. This meeting is being recorded. For those of you that are following online, thank you very much for your interest in the working of the Commission. My best wishes for the continued health and safety of you and your family. A lot goes into the preparation and conduct of these meetings, and as always, I just wanted to thank the staff that did all the heavy lifting to get us to this point, particularly Erica Stabelli, our Chief of Staff, who is the Master of Ceremonies and the behind-the-scenes coordinator of these meetings. Thank you so much for your hard work and support, Erica. Thanks to our tech team who's making these remote meetings work as smoothly as they have so far. Really appreciate that. And thanks to all the staff, particularly the licensing staff. You'll see when we get into the agenda that there's an enormous amount of work that has been done to get us ready for this meeting today. So thank you all. In the words of the late, great Glenn Fry, it's going to be a long one. So I'm just going to make one brief comment before we jump into the agenda. First of all, and that comment is I wanted to acknowledge and thank Treasurer Goldberg. Yesterday, she and 15 other state treasurers sent a letter to Congress, specifically to the Speaker of the House, Majority Leader of the Senate, and the minority leaders of both houses, urging them to include the Safe Banking Act in any subsequent COVID-19 relief bills. As I've said before, and I think all the commissioners have said, this is an incredibly important bill for the safety, to promote the safety of patients, customers, employees, and the general public. And I'm deeply grateful for the support and commitment of Treasurer Goldberg in that endeavor. I guess that's it for sucking up to my appointing authority. Let me go through the agenda. If you would switch slides, please, Erica. So we have some minutes to approve. We have the standard executive director's report, as we have done in the last few months. Sean's not going to go through the entire report, but we'll just give highlights. But in the slides that have been made available to the public are all of the standard reports and tables on where we are in terms of licensing activities. There are 3 enforcement actions that our legal team has worked on with various industry participants that are going to be recommended for approval to the commission that we will discuss and vote on. And then we have our standard licensing steps that include a few changes of ownership and changes of location. I think if I'm correct, we have 32 renewals to consider, 6 final licenses, and I think if I'm correct, Mr. Potvin, we have 70 provisional licenses. So is that correct, Mr. Potvin?
70 adult provisional licenses and 1 medical provisional license.
Correct. Thank you for that clarification. So a lot of work to be done there. There is only one topic for commission discussion and vote, and that is we are legislatively mandated to provide a report to the legislature on the feasibility of alternative tax structures. That report has been prepared and will be discussed and voted upon before we submit it to the legislature. I have one possible new topic that I was not aware of at the time of posting that we'll get to. We'll go through not just the next meeting dates, but the entire regulatory calendar that will culminate with a vote on final regulations in late September, and I'll go through all the interim steps. And then finally, I'm going to ask the commission to approve a motion to go into executive session to discuss a specific matter, and we will adjourn from that executive session. We will not come back to a public session. So a long agenda. We will take some breaks along the way, and probably a longer break sometime for lunch, but it's going to be a long meeting, so I appreciate, again, all the work of the staff preparing us for that. I appreciate my fellow commissioners for hanging in over the next many hours, and as well our executive director. So let's get going. If we could get into minutes for approval, please. The next slide. Erica?
We don't typically have a slide for minutes, Mr.
Yeah,
Chair.
I thought we had a slide for minutes. My apologies. Give me a second, please. Just gotta go back to my notes. Okay, there are two sets of minutes. One is from April 9th. And let me start with that. Can I ask the commission if they've had a chance to review those minutes, and are there any questions or comments before I ask for a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry, I'm off my screen. Who made that request, please?
Shalene.
Commissioner Totto, go ahead.
I have a small change in the April minutes, which
Yeah,
I've sent
that's
to
that's April 9th. Yes, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I have sent the change to the legal team. There's a reference to me recusing myself from a vote, which should have been abstaining from a vote.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Any other comments or requests for changes to the minutes? Okay, then could I have a motion, please, to approve the minutes from April 9th, 2020, including the change that Commissioner Totto just requested? Commissioner Totto, would you make such a motion, please?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner McBride, would you second that motion?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show Commissioner Totto made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote?
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Totto?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission unanimously approved the minutes from April 9th, 2020. Thank you. Next set of minutes are from June 4th. Can I ask, has the commission had a chance to read these minutes, and are there any questions or requests for changes? Then could I have a motion, please, to approve the minutes from June 4th, 2020? Commissioner Flanagan, please.
Aye.
No, I was asking for a motion.
Oh, so moved. Sorry.
Thank you. No problem. Commissioner Totto, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Flanagan made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Totto. Now you can say aye, Commissioner Flanagan. Your vote.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Totto.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the minutes from June 4th were unanimously approved by the commission. I should have mentioned before I asked for the motions, but after the fact, I want to thank Christopher Smith, who does such a yeoman-like job of preparing these minutes. Thank you very much, Christopher. Mr. Executive Director, are you ready to do your report?
I am.
Would you then start?
I'd be happy to. So the first item under my report is a quick licensing update. As you indicated, the full data packet or package is available in the public meeting packet, which is posted to our website. There's some highlights just for the commission's information. I believe it's the next slide.
Erica?
There we go. This first number is actually a bit of a typo. There are 341 applications somewhere in our queue. There are actually 10 applications that are awaiting their first review. The other cohort that would make up that 341 there are 200 applications that have been reopened, and we've asked for additional information. There are 61 that are awaiting their third-party responses. And of course, as you indicated, Mr. Chairman, there's 70 before you today. But I don't want anyone to be confused by that number, which is there are actually 10 applications that are awaiting their initial review. And I think based on our most recent data, the longest they've been waiting would be about 29 or 30 days, well below that 60-day goal that we established not too long ago.
Yeah, so when I was going through these data, Mr. Executive Director, that was one of the first things I noticed, that there were 10 only that were awaiting review, and that's phenomenal. That's a dramatic improvement. I know it's been a focus of you and the team on that, and I just wanted to thank you and the team for enormous progress there. That's great.
Sure, and it is a team effort, and I think it's been an agency-wide objective to get that number under control, to get it in a manageable format, and I think we've succeeded there. Of course, we'll continue to pay close attention to that data point, though. Just for a quick another highlight, knowing that it's a new process for us, I thought it'd be helpful for the commission to be provided an update as well as the public We've received 25 applications for delivery pre-certification. There have been 16 of them that have already been approved and considered by staff. A number of other ones of the 25. And I think it's important to keep in mind that that application is available for economic empowerment applicants as well as social equity program participants. So when they are submitted, they're granted the priority or expedited review that they would be due. So they do hit our queue early on. The other number that would, of the 25 that have not been approved, have been reviewed and likely been reopened depending on when they've come into the process. But that's a good number have already been considered and approved, and hopefully are using that pre-certification to begin their the remainder of their license application. And then lastly, as you'll see here, there's 82,201 certified active patients, which continues that uptick we've seen over the past few months. I believe this could be a steady state, but we'll see, of course, when that becomes the renewal season a year from now.
So thank you, Mr. Executive Director. Before we move on, a couple things. One is I'm going to suggest, and we can talk about this going forward, that maybe not at every meeting, but at least with some frequency, that we go through the data in kind of the same amount of detail that we used to when we were meeting in person, because I just think there's some richness to these data that, and I just wanted, in that context, I wanted to just talk about just a couple things that I picked up when I went through it. One of the things I did pick up is the fact that there are only 10 applications that are awaiting renewal or awaiting review. But a couple other things that I just picked up that I just want to make sure we're sharing with the public. Right now, between all the provisional and final licenses we've issued, we have issued 477 licenses, if my math is correct. There are 71 provisional licenses, or 70 for the adult use market, that are on the agenda today. If we approve 23 of them, which I think is a reasonably fair bet, that will put us over 500 licenses, which I think is a milestone worth noting. Additionally, when I look at kind of all of the applications going back to the ones that are pending review, it's good to see that some categories that have been underrepresented are showing up. So there are 5 research applications that are in this initial queue. There's 6 third-party transport applications. There's the first micro delivery endorsement application. And there are 9 labs at various stages, from applying to provisional to final to operational. And we had been concerned, and we have been concerned for a long time, about the number of labs. So that, I think, is great progress. The other thing is that if you take all of the applications that have been approved and or are pending, that's a number of 835. I want to point out that of that 28 are economic empowerment applicants and 149 are expedited, including, I believe, 44 from the social equity program and 69 disadvantaged business enterprises. So all of those data are not where we want them to be long term. We have a lot more work to do, but there's been enormous progress on all those fronts that I just wanted to highlight. Did I get anything wrong there, Mr. Executive Director?
That sounds accurate to me.
Okay, thank you. Before we move on, any other comments or questions from other commissioners on these data? Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Executive Director.
So the next update was on the budget, and there's not much to report there, but I think that is ultimately the report. Which is that, as you know, the Commonwealth does not have an adopted full fiscal year budget for FY21, just like the majority of states, given that there is a significant revenue shortfall based largely on the economic impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. It's something, obviously, we continue to monitor, knowing that we are subject to appropriation despite living off of, ultimately, the Marijuana Regulation Fund. So as you'll recall, our budget total, so this includes the commission's operating budget, the medical program operating budget, as well as public awareness, totaled about $14.2 million last year. What the Commonwealth has done through the legislature and has been signed by the governor is what is called a 1/12 budget, where month to month last year's appropriation would be available for state agencies. So in a way, it's a bit of a budget freeze. That's something, obviously, that we would manage and try to live within. But as you'll recall as well, we did have a budget increase request to about 16.3 million. So living within that 14.2 may not allow for that immediate growth we were hoping for, but again, it's something we're going to obviously continue to monitor. But I just wanted to make the commission aware that the 1/12 budget is something we're managing. We are working with folks at the State House to make sure that we're able to do that, as well as other state agencies, including the Comptroller's Office. We're obviously grateful for their support, but the longer we go into the fiscal year, the more it's going to be, I think, a challenge for us to continue managing. But again, I think we're not unlike every other state agency in a lot of other states, and just trying to navigate this. But just wanted to provide that quick update to the commission that it is something we're working with and working on.
And it's fair to say, thank you. It's fair to say that there's no timeline or expectation about when a final full fiscal year budget will be approved.
I think that's fair. So normally in this context, that being this early in July is not uncommon to not have a fully adopted and signed fiscal year budget. That said, for neither chamber, the House or Senate, to have adopted a budget is really unusual. But again, I think the events of the past few months have also been equally as unusual. So I think between the House, Senate, as well as the Executive Office of Administration and Finance for the governor, have been working, I think, pretty collaboratively to just get a handle on what revenues will look like for the next fiscal year, or this fiscal year now, but also what that revenue impact had been based on the economic impact of COVID-19.
Okay, thanks. Any questions or comments for the Executive Director, other commissioners? Commissioner Title?
Thank you. And first, I want to just echo the chairman's compliments on the licensing data and all the extraordinary work that has been put in, and seeing the numbers increase for those businesses we want to encourage has been very gratifying. So thank you for all of your work on that. So I want to raise a pretty serious concern that I have about the budget that I have not had in previous years, which is that it looks to me like there is not enough resources to support the equity program in the way that it is growing. So I want to ask your opinion on that and your expertise in terms of the budget and your expertise having run the first cohort, your staff having run the first cohort of the equity program and knowing what it takes for it to be successful. How do you think we can ensure that as it grows, it is adequately resourced? And then I just want to be clear about my expectations with everything that you have said. I completely understand that the factors here are out of our control, but what I think what my expectations are for all of us in leadership is that what is within our control is we can look at the way the program is growing and decide what resources would be needed to maintain our existing commitments, not just in terms of the program itself, but the outreach and the associated measurement and evaluation. We can look to other states that during the COVID era have ramped up their equity efforts and look at their funding. We can take all of this data to establish what resources we would need. And then, of course, it's out of our control what funds we have. And if there's a gap there, at least we can identify that gap and then look at our options in terms of grants, internships, everything else. But it would be a coherent and transparent process that way. And I would love to be hands-on in any part of this process if you'll accept my help. But for now, I just want to ask for your thoughts.
Sure, thank you. So there's a lot there, I think, to try to unpack. I think the original question there was the resources for this current fiscal year supporting the ongoing cohort of new social equity program participants, as well as the previous cohort that had just finished their curriculum. One of the things that we've done, I think, in building out the original cohort was developed curriculum, which can now translate to future cohorts, which is a good thing that it's obviously as regulations changes are implemented, as the law changes, excuse me, obviously curriculum will have to be updated, but we have at least a good foundation that can be deployed for future cohorts, which is a relief. And that, I think, is scalable in the sense of if you add more classes, you're able to just translate that to and extend it. So it's a good basis, but by no means would I describe that as being sufficient to support the ongoing needs. And I think the other element that we have to build into our expectations is we're not done with a cohort as soon as they complete their curriculum. We want to stay engaged. We want to continue to solicit feedback, and we are actively surveying participants from the previous cohort, is also surveying participants in this upcoming cohort to make sure we're aware of their expectations and able to meet their expectations. But we're going to, in this, for I guess, pardon the lack of eloquence here, we're going to track those folks as they go through, hopefully becoming agents or licensees, or and making sure that if they came into the entrepreneur track, what was their rate of success? If they came into the re-entry track, what was their rate of success? So building out the resources there is potentially it's bodies, it's staff members. It's also resources from a software and equipment and technology standpoint. One of the things I think we pride ourselves on as an agency, and I mentioned in the context of our FY21 request being 16.3 million versus 14.2 the previous year, is that we want to add bodies to the agency. What we've done though is I think we've added versatility in a lot of those roles. I'm pleased and I'm proud of the fact that I think, and it's also something we actively work on, and I think try to be self-aware about, that the social equity program and our social equity mission, which are two distinct things, are ingrained in our DNA as an agency and in our culture. So as we add licensing staff, as we add investigators, as we add research staff and technology staff, the goal, obviously, and I think obviously we know that we have work to do there, is that everybody works on an equity mission that's embedded in the agency, but they also bring it to their respective role. So for instance, the licensing team or investigators are keenly aware that that's embedded in our mission, but they bring it to their role as an investigator. And I think a perfect example of that is the work that Derek Chamberlain, our licensing analyst, and Kyle Potman, our director of licensing, did in presenting to the first cohort of the social equity program. Similar, Paul Payer, our enforcement counsel, presenting. And I think it was, it might have actually been you, Commissioner Tuttle, that remarked that not everybody gets access to that staff, and I think that's a really important addition. So the more we're able to equip that staff and those departments with resources, the more they're able to adequately support that program. But I don't want that answer to be an excuse for the fact that we're going to need more money at some point for that program just to scale it. But I think we're hoping to add it strategically throughout the entire agency to ensure that, again, it's really ingrained in that DNA of our culture, and that it's an agency-wide lift overall. So I hope that answers your question, but I think to be more direct about it or more blunt about it, ultimately you need more resources to do more work.
So I am 100% on the same page with everything that you said, and especially what you said about ingraining this across the agency and not just in one department. I really appreciate the importance of that. My only follow-up then would be, how can I either work with you on or be presented with a written, quantified plan of what you just described?
I think that's a natural follow-up to this conversation, and I'd also want the feedback of other staff too, to make sure that we're adequately able to support them in participating in it. I know across the agency, a lot of folks, one of the things I think makes me really proud of our agency is that a lot of folks came to the agency, applied for jobs at the agency to work on that mission. They might be sprinkled throughout the agency in various departments, but seeing the fact that it was a startup and the ability to work on programs like that and missions like that is, I think, how we are able to recruit such talent. So, but I would make myself available to collaborate with anyone, including yourself.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner McBride.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So thank you to the executive director, and also thank you to Commissioner Tuttle for raising this. So I think the fact that we have a cohort that is growing is incredible, and that is exactly where we want to be, and that's exactly where we want to be heading. I have questions about, as we think about the budgetary implications, what are the underpinnings of the programming that we are contemplating here? And understanding that the cohort is growing, how are we planning for that programming? Have we done the budgetary work to understand how we need to grow it, what the cost of that is going to be, as we're embedding staff across the agency, what the numbers that are going to be associated with that are going to be, and really making sure that we're driving, in my view, quality programming versus quantity programming. I think it's very kind of convenient, right, to sort of talk about social equity. It's a very different thing, as we know, as we've learned over the course of the past many years, to implement in a meaningful way what that means. And we've taken huge strides towards that, but growing it means that we need to have real substance and numbers-based discussions about how we're doing this so that we are being responsible, right? So that we're getting the most bang for our buck out of it, and so that we're providing the most comprehensive programming to the participants that are part of those cohorts and that are really relying on the curriculum that we're providing. In my mind, that means that we have vendors that are providing not just adequate programming, but are providing exemplary programming. It means that, when they are evaluated by those participants, that those evaluations reflect quality. And so I think that, having this conversation right now during this moment is meaningful if we can, and it's meaningful, but we also need to be able to back up any conversation we have with real data and real numbers. And so, as we are one agency out of so many agencies, right, in this state that are going to be looking at the 1/12 budgets and trying to figure out what does this mean for us now and what does it mean for us long term, I really think that we need to be thoughtful about how we're approaching this and be looking, as we have all along from an agency perspective, at the numbers, the data, developing the facts that end up driving the conversation about, what money do we need and what are we going to do with that money. So I appreciate, this dynamic and this conversation. And I think that there's a lot more work that we have to do in order to develop that information and really make sure that we are providing the most bang for our buck, and that we are reflecting the best programming that we can, throughout our agency.
Thank you, Commissioner McBride. There clearly is some follow-up here, which I'll address in a second, but Commissioner Flanagan, would you like to speak?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the Executive Director for all of your work on this. These are very difficult times, and I think it's great that we're growing the cohort. I think that the second cohort that has a larger number of people just proves how important the program is and that people really want to participate in our programming. However, realistically, this budget cycle is not the only budget cycle that's going to be affected by COVID-19. And I think given the fact that we have a legislature who can, not necessarily physically be in the same place given social distancing, but have also not been able to debate or pass their budget, shows the difficulties that we have lying ahead of us. And so I guess my concern is, and I want to be very clear about this, this is not a short-term problem. So how do we prepare for the long term? We are probably not going to get what we requested in our budget request. Most likely there is going to be cuts across the board. We've seen some of the DAs have already had to do furloughs. You hear about, the talk about what's going to happen in the future if we don't have these tax revenues coming in. Are we going to even have to consider furloughs, or what's going to happen with our staff? So I think that while we talk about the importance of programming, we also have to talk about the importance of not only the money that we need, but the money that we're actually going to get. and what we're going to do with that money. You know, I have a public awareness campaign that the staff on this team has worked tirelessly on for the last couple of years. I am not naive to the fact that the money could go away for that. And do I want it to? Of course not. But I also know that there are going to have to be adjustments made. So I'm hoping that, I have confidence in the executive director because he knows what's coming. He has seen this many times over the years of his public service. But we need to be very realistic about what we're going to be able to provide and how we're going to be able to provide that to the public. And having said that, I'm certainly willing to help as much as I can. I know that the powers that be on Beacon Hill, whether it be Chairman Michaelwitz or Chairman Rodricks, are going to be asking specific questions. And so the data that we talk about is going to be very important to make our case. But I also want people to understand that this is not a one-year problem. This is not going to be a one budgetary cycle problem. And we could see this for the next couple of cycles.
Thank you, Commissioner Flanagan. I guess I'm going to add my own comment and then suggest a path forward. I can't disagree with anything that any of the other commissioners have said. I will say, probably based upon my own naivete and lack of experience in state government, first of all, understanding times are difficult and things have changed. The legislature has been incredibly supportive of us for the first 3 years of our history, and we have gotten what we've requested. I believe a large part of that is due to the way we performed, but I also think a large part of it is due to them understanding, and I know certainly the executive director and I, and I'm sure others have constantly been beating this message, which is we are a net revenue generator. And there is an indisputable connection between our staff level and therefore our budget and the amount of revenue we generate for the state, which is far in excess of what we spend in terms of our budget. I know that that is not suggesting that there are not going to be some difficult decisions that we made, but I do think that the legislature, as they are making the decision, are very aware of the fact that we are a net revenue generator and that there is potentially an adverse rather than a positive effect on the state books by cutting us. But we'll see. That being said, it is clear we're going to be living in this for a while, no question about it. And I believe it is appropriate, therefore, Mr. Executive Director, to ask you in preparation for our next meeting to perform an analysis and to allow us to have as Commissioner McBride said, a data-driven conversation about the implications of the 1/12 budget, and to the extent that Commissioner Flanagan is more correct than I am, which is probably almost certain given her experience versus my own, how we manage going forward in this new budgetary constrained environment, including but not limited to the social equity program. I believe the point that Commissioner Title made is very important. I believe the kind of data that Commissioner McBride was looking for around the social equity program is very important. But I think we need to look more broadly and have a very clear and data-driven discussion about the budgetary trade-offs and how we best manage through this circumstance. So, Mr. Executive Director, I know my favorite pastime in these meetings is adding to your already impressive workload, but I do believe that this conversation with the appropriate staff analysis ahead of time is absolutely appropriate for our next scheduled meeting in August. Mr. Executive Director, do you have any comments on that other than thanking me for adding to your workload?
Mr. Chairman, can I just add one thing before?
Sure, please.
I think we need to be, I appreciate having the analysis and understanding what we need to do to go forward, but I think we need to have sort of a 30,000-foot level analysis because things could change. I mean,
Sure.
We are in an evolving situation where the legislature doesn't even know what's going to happen in a month. And I've been there to see that, where one budget passes and then it drops $1 billion within 2 months. So I think we can have the generalities, but I would be very careful about the minute details because I don't want people to think that it's set in stone. Until we get that number from the legislature, we're subject, like everybody else, to waiting out what's in front of us. We don't know whether the federal government's going to give us a bailout package. We don't know what the revenues are going to look like here in the Commonwealth. Obviously, the tax revenues from cannabis are down, the tax revenues from the lottery are down. Cities and towns are trying to brace themselves for 1/12 for however long they're going to do it. So I'd be very cautious about the type of analysis we're going to do, because I just think people take that as gospel, and then I wouldn't want that to happen and have things change again.
I appreciate that comment. I completely agree with it, and thank you for that. I think that when I'm asking the executive director to prepare for a conversation at our next public meeting, I think all of the commissioners, without violation of the open meeting law, obviously, but all the commissioners, I think, are resources that need to be part of that analysis to offer perspective, and particularly your own experience, Commissioner Flanagan, of being in the legislature, I think is extraordinarily valuable. So I think we need to go forward, but we need to get the input and expertise of all the commissioners in this process. Mr. Executive Director, again, I'm awaiting your thanks for giving you some more work to do.
I don't want you to wait too long for that. That said, I guess I have some follow-up questions, perhaps. So to be clear, in building out the $16.3 million budget, the input and expertise of commissioners was sought.
Right.
And so that did occur and will continue to occur as just part of our process. And I think one of the things that Commissioner Flanagan touched upon was the level of uncertainty and the moving target nature of a budget building process. I want to make sure that I'm hopefully meeting the expectations of commissioners at the next meeting and not either disappointing or overwhelming you with whatever analysis. What I will add, though, is that there is a plan. I don't want it to be perceived as though there is no budget plan for a 1/12 scenario. We've been planning for that scenario for the better part of the incoming fiscal year. We're also trying to plan for other budget scenarios in the event that, to Commissioner Flanagan's point, there are cuts that need to be implemented or withstood, and I think that's something we're bracing for. So there is a plan there. So I think it can be done with relative ease. What I would be a little concerned about is that perception of if we put two scenarios out, that it becomes one or the other versus some combination of several budgets. But to your point about requiring and needing and wanting the input of commissioners, that has been part of our process.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, Mr. Executive Director, and I apologize if I implied otherwise. I certainly understand that. I know I've been actively involved as the other commissioners. There are trade-offs here as we think about the alternative scenarios, and because of the open meeting law, my strong preference is to listen to my fellow commissioners and you and have a robust conversation about alternatives and priorities. Not to imply that there is not thinking going on there, but I feel very strongly that needs to be a commission discussion in a public meeting so that we can all talk to one another, listen to one another, be influenced by one another, and feel comfortable with the way we're thinking through some of the inevitable trade-offs. So that's my thought about why this needs to be on the agenda for a public meeting. Not because I don't think that the staff has done a ton of work on this, and not that I don't have confidence in staff, but again, because of the open meeting law, I want to have a conversation with my fellow commissioners and with you and whomever else, Sean, you believe should be included from the staff, so we can discuss these. Because there are trade-offs. There's no question that we're going to have to make difficult decisions, and I'd like to engage in a dialogue with all my commissioners, all of my fellow commissioners at the same time, rather than what is required, under the open meeting law, which is one-off conversations unless they're in a public meeting. So again, I recognize that work has been done, and I certainly wasn't implying otherwise. I apologize if that was the inference.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Commissioner Flanagan.
I agree that a discussion might be helpful amongst the commissioners. I've said this many times before, transparency in the open meeting law. The open meeting law is more for transparency than productivity. And so it's really hard for us to do anything given the fact that we can't collaborate behind closed doors. But having said that, in my former role as the Vice Chair of Ways and Means, there are a lot of discussions that are happening right now amongst the legislative staff and the legislators. I would hope that we could hold that conversation once we know what we're getting from the legislature, because there's a million different scenarios that we can come up with a number that we pull out of the sky, none of which is going to come to fruition until we actually know the number that we're probably going to be receiving in revenues. I would hate to have sort of a preliminary conversation, and then again, the public is going to take what we say and run with it, and then all of a sudden that changes, and it looks like we weren't prepared for that. I think that, you know, as it gets closer to that, we know a budget is being passed and what's going to happen, that discussion might be better off then, instead of in the middle of the summer when we don't even know if the legislature is going to go past July 31st. We don't know what the budget debate's going to look like. We don't know what the revenues are going to be. And it's really uncomfortable to have that conversation given the number of people that are relying on the programs that we provide, to have that without a sense of even a ballpark figure of what we're going to get.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to suggest we move on. Let me think about that. I will as we construct the agenda for the next meeting. You know, we do have the option for all the commissioners to weigh in on the agenda, including this topic. I will say that, you know, I understand your point and agree with it, but it does seem like for at least a while we're going to be operating on the 1/12 budget, which is below the budget that we had requested for fiscal 21. And maybe, you know, it's appropriate to focus our conversation solely on that rather than speculate on what the full year budget will be. But let's work on this in terms of preparation for our next agenda. Unless there are any other comments that people want to make now, I'd like to move on. Just again, we have a ton to cover. We will, you know, have our usual discussion and get to consensus on the agenda for our next meeting.
Mr. Chairman, may I just briefly address Commissioner McBride's question that she posed?
Sure, please.
And so returning to the social equity program and support portion of that, she was asking about planning and how are we anticipating. I think one of the things that is a challenge is not knowing demand and the scalability of that. So obviously we're relying on assessing the existing cohort, what they found, and assessing it from a survey standpoint and a feedback standpoint. What did they find helpful, what worked, what didn't, and trying to learn from that experience. We also surveyed them on the vendors themselves and how they found that experience to be, their level of preparation, the quality of that material, and the curriculum, and tried to learn from that. And actually with that in mind, we've scaled down from 6 to 3 vendors, largely based on the feedback of participants. Still trying obviously to live within those means, but I think the biggest challenge we have in planning is not knowing what the level of interest is going to be from any future cohorts. So a good example being we've now doubled in size. That's a good problem to have ultimately as far as interest has grown. One of the elements I think we want to improve on moving forward too is that outreach effort, knowing that if we build a program and maintain it but don't tell anybody about it and don't get into communities that could be well served by it or that we intend to serve with it. So that's thinking forward is definitely hoping to expand our outreach. We've added a program coordinator to the program to allow for a community outreach director to serve it in that capacity. So those are all of our priorities moving forward. And then also trying to find efficiency within the programming. So we have explored a learning management system, which would allow us to have a digital curriculum and sort of a library, a repository of information, and be able to deploy that pretty quickly. Those are all things we're looking to do and hoping to find efficiency from a budget as well as process standpoint. But as far as planning, a lot of it is survey based and trying to learn from our own experience. But I think based on the previous conversation we just had, while balancing our ability to live within our means. But we're not afraid to make changes. I think we've proven that with the vendor selection process. I think we've also recently proven that with our decision to go from the 6 to 3 vendors, again, based largely on the feedback we received from participants and the quality of those materials.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Executive Director. I'm going to suggest strongly that we move on. We will obviously in mutual consultation, figure out how to address these topics at the future meeting, including our one in August. But I really think there's just so much on the agenda today. We know what I think you guys, we've all raised the issues I think that are of concern and importance, and we'll figure out how to address them in subsequent meetings with the appropriate staff analysis to support those discussions. So if everybody, with the forbearance of my fellow commissioners, I'd like to ask Mr. Executive Director if you continue with the next topics in your Executive Director's report, please.
So next update is just a quick update on the issue of vaping, specifically that inventory, which has been quarantined since last September. As you'll recall, I issued a quarantine order on behalf of the commission in September 25th. That quarantine order supported or encompassed close to 620,000 individual units. Those units still remain under quarantine. As you'll recall as well, we've done a round or series of testing looking specifically at first for vitamin E acetate. There was no detection whatsoever of vitamin E acetate in any samples that we collected, and that was a good thing. We confirmed that there was not a presence in any inventory. That said, what did come up in that initial round of testing was very concerning and very high levels of lead. We've done subsequent rounds of testing, and what has come back is really a mixed bag of results, which is puzzling, confusing, and I think something we've explored pretty robustly, which is an initial cartridge or a production batch, which may have originally tested with high levels of lead, may come back with either a non-detect or very low levels of lead, and vice versa. An initial test, which may not have had any detection of lead, may come back with impermissible levels of lead. What we've explored is it the manufacturing process? Is it the testing and extraction of that oil process, or that oil batch that's now been infused into the cartridge? Is it the hardware that's being used, or the heating coil, the atomizer? Is it leaching in an environment over a series or a lapse of time? We've really not had a clear answer to that question. What I can say for anyone that might think that this is a broader concern around vaping, I think what I would add to that is that our testing now under the protocol from December 12th, 2019, is we are requiring testing of all final product. The final product is the actual cartridge itself once infused. We are testing for vitamin E acetate in the presence of it. We're also testing on a full panel, which does include the testing for heavy metals. That said, this initial inventory that's now the 620,000 or so individual units remains under quarantine. And the longer we go, the more we risk wasting that inventory from an expiration standpoint, and also being mindful that it is a pretty substantial investment that industry has made into that production, and that is something of concern. Ultimately, though, our primary concern is always going to be public health, consumer health, and patient safety. So the question we've put to the public, we've released a question, which is under what conditions should we allow the sale of those products that are in that initial inventory, and asking for a rationale for that. And I think it's really a mission on our part that we need some assistance in trying to learn as much as we possibly can, because to date, we don't have the clarity we would need. And I think that's, I wanted to alert the commission to that development. We are accepting comments through July 15th. And obviously, once we receive those comments, we'll review them and proceed with a sense of urgency, but ultimately with an appropriateness around public health and patient and consumer safety.
Thank you, Mr. Executive Director. Are there any comments or questions for the Executive Director on this topic? Okay. Thank you for that update. I applaud the balance that you're striking between, trying to get to an answer here, getting as much help as we can to get to that answer, but the primary focus being on public health and safety. So thank you for that. Anything else in your report, Mr. Executive Director?
The last item is a consideration of the job description, which I would seek a vote and hopefully approval on. The role is that of a constituent services associate. As the commission knows, we receive a lot of phone calls, a lot of inquiries, and we are a very sought after agency for a number of reasons, and all of which are good things. Our goal is obviously one of my stated goals as adopted by the commission. I think just one of our goals and part of our mission as an agency is to be as accessible and responsive as possible So I am seeking the creation and approval of a role of a constituent services associate. It would fall under the chief of staff and her department. This would allow us, I think, to build out an agency-wide network of folks that could triage questions, issues, inquiries throughout the agency, find the appropriate department or person within the agency, and be as responsive as possible. Again, inward, upward, and then hopefully outward within and throughout the agency. So I'm happy to take any questions you have, but this is part of I think a broader vision to build out a constituent service operation that would allow us to meet the expectations we've set for ourselves and that people are holding us accountable for.
Thank you, Mr. Executive Director. Are there questions for the Executive Director on this before I ask for a motion and a vote? Okay, thank you. Then could I ask please for a motion to approve the job description that the Executive Director just requested? Commissioner Tito, would you make such a motion, please?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner McBride, would you second that?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show Commissioner Tito made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote?
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Tito?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the job description. Thank you very much. Mr. Executive Director, anything else?
Nothing at this time. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. There's a lot to digest in what you just went through, but a lot of great work there, so thank you. Can we go to the next slide, please, Erica? Well, I guess I misspoke. Not the next slide, but the first slide on licensure, which I believe is the enforcement actions. So we have 3 enforcement actions to discuss and vote on. I wanted to thank the staff. These are all pretty complicated situations. We'll discuss and decide whether to approve the settlements that are being proposed, but I just wanted to recognize the hard work of the entire enforcement team, particularly attorneys Payer and Lopez. I'm sure I apologize for those I've left out. I guess Andrew as well. I think this represents the way enforcement should work, which is that our focus is getting people back into compliance with our regulations and ensuring continued compliance going forward. And my opinion is that we've worked collaboratively and appropriately with these parties to get to that point. It's been a lot of work, I know, but I really think that this is the right way for the commission to work, and I'm deeply grateful for the enforcement staff that's been involved in getting to this point. That being said, Mr. Executive Director, who's going to lead us through this in terms? We'll start with Garden Remedies, but who will lead the conversation from staff, Mr. Executive Director?
I believe you have Rebecca Lopez, and I'm not sure about Paul Payer here live in the meeting with you. Okay.
So that's great. Rebecca, if you could make yourself visible and unmuted. Let's start with Garden Remedies. The commission has had a chance to read through the enforcement documents and the proposed settlement. So before I ask for a motion or a vote, are there questions for Attorney Lopez or anybody else on the staff with respect to the proposed settlement with Garden Remedies?
And I should know, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Payer is here as well.
Okay, I'm sorry, I don't see him on screen, but Mr. Payer or Ms. Lopez, are there any questions for the attorneys with respect to the proposed settlement with Garden Remedies? Commissioner McBride.
I was wondering if Attorney Lopez or Attorney Payer could just quickly summarize what the stipulated agreement terms are and what the agreed upon action going forward would be, just so that we can provide some context for the folks who are watching this meeting.
Thank you. Commissioner, Attorney Lopez or Attorney Payer?
I can speak to that. Thank you.
Good morning.
All right. So with respect to Garden Remedies, before the commission is a proposed final order and stipulated agreement between the commission and Garden Remedies, Inc. Based on a full review of the evidence in this matter, enforcement determined the licensee to have committed the following violations. The first violation is provision of deceptive, misleading, false, or fraudulent information, or information that tends to deceive or create a misleading impression. That is a violation under 935 CMR 500-452. That violation is brought before the Commission on account of the licensee's provision of 3 falsified documents in connection with its adult use post-provisional license inspection, documents which had been altered to conceal the licensee's non-compliant use of pesticides, and which the Commission had relied upon to approve the licensee's cultivation and product manufacturing applications for adult use licensure. The second violation is the non-compliant application of pesticides, brought under 935 CMR 500-125. That violation is brought before the Commission on account of the licensee's use of a plant growth regulator as a pesticide, and on account of the discovery of a second plant growth regulator in the licensee's cultivation facility by Commission inspectors. The dispute resolution conference was held on June 17, 2020 between the parties. The monetary fine and corrective actions agreed to were arrived at based upon the Investigations and Enforcement Department's evaluation of the licensee's exposure under 935 CMR 500-360 and 935 CMR 500-450. Taken into account were the type of violations committed, the seriousness of the violations, the applicability of aggravating circumstances, and that one of the 2 violations cited in and of itself constitutes full grounds for suspension or revocation of licensure. Enforcement finds that the negotiation of relief through the informal dispute resolution process is appropriate because the licensee in this case has accepted responsibility, complete responsibility for the violations committed. The licensee has cooperated in the Commission's investigation. The licensee has made efforts to remediate the cited violations, but also affirmatively instituted reforms to improve company culture and operations. The sanctions and affirmative relief that are before you in this agreement is the licensee's agreement to pay a monetary fine in the amount of $200,000. The licensee agrees shall cease and desist the use of pesticides not labeled for use in cannabis cultivation. The licensee shall submit to a 2-year probationary period during which any and all test results reporting detection of pesticides at a level other than non-detect, whether written or verbal, shall be reported by the licensee to the Commission within 24 hours. The licensee shall maintain an accurate application record of every kind of chemical used in the licensee's facility, including but not limited to EPA registered 25B and OMRI listed products. The licensee shall disclose all product information, including documentation of products purchased relating to the licensee's cultivation operations, and including any and all growing media immediately upon request. The licensee shall also ensure that all employees, including executive level staff, participate in an ethics training on an annual basis during its 2-year probationary period and take all other actions specified in its plan of correction submitted on or around January 14, 2019 and July 26, 2019. Once again, the relief negotiated in this agreement recognizes the licensee's acceptance of responsibility for the violations committed and promotes the Commission's interest in the efficient resolution of disputes. The relief further balances the Commission's interest in promoting public health, safety, welfare, and honest licensee conduct against the licensee's interest in moving forward subject to the conditions set forth in the stipulated agreement. And lastly, enforcement does recommend that the Commission ratify this agreement because the agreed upon relief serves the ultimate objective of the enforcement action, which is to deter non-compliance by the licensee in the future.
Thank you very much, Rebecca. Any questions for Attorney Lopez? Commissioner McBride?
I don't have a question. I just want to say to Attorney Lopez, Attorney Payer, Attorney Carter, and Chief GB that it applies in this case, and it also applies to the other enforcement actions that are before us today. Thank you for your work. An incredible amount of work clearly went into these agreements. The written documents are complete and provide a lot of detail, but I also believe that these are very thoughtful agreements, but the amount of work that went into this is notable, and I appreciate the approach that enforcement has taken on this, as well as the result that has been reached. So just wanted to express that these are 3 pretty significant agreements, and it's appreciated.
Thank you, Commissioner McBride. Any other questions for Attorney Lopez? Commissioner Title?
Thank you. First, I just want to disclose that I was briefly on the Garden Remedies Board 2013, 2014, and I went through the analysis and decided not to recuse myself. Let me first echo Commissioner McBride's compliments to the whole team in terms of your work and your thoughtfulness and your approach. I really appreciate it. I have a question about deterrence. When you summarized at the end there, you mentioned the purpose here, one of the purposes is to deter. I was wondering if you could talk about, either you, Attorney Lopez, or anyone else, if you could talk about the process to decide on the remedies, and particularly the fines, knowing that businesses might be watching this, and for some, a certain fine would put them out of business, and for others, that same fine might be pocket change. So there's clearly a difference in the deterring factor there. I'm just wondering if you could talk about that a bit. Thank you.
I'd be happy to. So when it comes to pursuing our objective of deterrence, we do take various factors into account. As I referenced earlier, the evaluation is always done according to the circumstances presented by the particular case, and an evaluation is performed within the context of 500/360 and 500/450. And so aggravating circumstances may be taken into account when assessing the appropriate fine, as well as mitigating circumstances. But additionally, the language of 500/360 does permit the enforcement team to consider assessing a fine per day for each day during which a violation constitutes a separate violation, but also for each instance and provision that is violated, which can also constitute a separate violation. So it's very important for us to take the individual circumstances presented by the licensee into account, including their revenue assessment. And so revenue assessment usually is a factor that does play into the calculus in these situations.
Thank you very much.
Any other, thank you. Any other questions for Attorney Lopez? Okay. I think I started this by complimenting the enforcement team, but I certainly did just want to say I completely agree with the comments of Commissioner McBride and the laudatory performance here by the entire enforcement team. I would like, therefore, to ask for a motion to approve the recommended settlement with Garden Remedies Incorporated. Unless there, Commissioner McBride, would you like to make a comment before I ask for the motion?
Nope.
Then could I ask Commissioner Title? Sorry.
May I make a suggestion?
Sure.
We discussed at our last meeting adding a regulatory change requiring a code of ethics and whistleblower policy for all companies. But given that that change wouldn't go into effect for some time, I was wondering if we could add those requirements to this agreement.
We would not be able to, in my opinion, we would not be able to vote on it today because that would obviously require the agreement of Garden Remedies. And
okay. All right, I withdraw that.
Okay. So I applaud you for raising that because I think that's very important. And you know, hopefully as I go through the regulatory calendar at the end of the meeting today, it won't be too long before that becomes a formal requirement for everybody. So thank you. That being said, could I please have a motion to approve the recommended settlement with Garden Remedies? Commissioner Flanagan, would you make such a motion, please?
So moved.
Commissioner McBride, would you second?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show Commissioner Flanagan made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote?
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Title?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission unanimously approved the staff recommended settlement with Garden Remedies Incorporated. Thank you very much. Who can speak to the botanist and that proposed settlement? Is that Attorney Lopez or Attorney Payer?
Chairman, I'd be prepared to speak
Okay.
to that matter.
Thank you, Mr. Payer. Would you, I'll anticipate Commissioner McBride's question, and could you go through a similar summary as Attorney Lopez did for Garden Remedies?
Absolutely, Chairman. This matter pertains to the Botanist Incorporated, and specifically their 3 medical licenses and final license in Worcester, Massachusetts, and provisional licenses in Shrewsbury and Leominster. A dispute resolution conference was held on May 20th, May 21st, and May 22nd. That dispute resolution conference sought to address concerns raised by the Commission at its February and April meetings regarding ownership and control disclosures made on respondents' pending adult use applications and the effect of those disclosures on any determination of license cap issues on the medical side. Additionally, the dispute resolution agreement conference considered the concerns of the commissioners raised about the ability of licensees to know the parameters and definitions of ownership and control and to abide by those requirements. The Commission, through its investigations and enforcement department, recommends ratification of the proposed final order and stipulated agreement before the Commission. The agreement resolves allegations, the proposed agreement, I should say, resolves allegations that the Botanist Incorporated, through its parent company, Acreage Holdings Incorporated, had a controlling interest in certain medical marijuana treatment center affiliate licensees at the time it made certain disclosures of ownership and control interests on its application for licensure as an adult use marijuana retailer. And specifically, as has been previously discussed, the disclosure in question is a February 11, 2019 disclosure submitted on the Botanist adult use retail application, identifying management agreements with Health Circle, Patient Centric and Martha's Vineyard, and at the time, Mass Metaspa. That disclosure provided in part that Acreage does not own or have direct or indirect control over the operations of these businesses, nor any equity interests. The dispute resolution conference addressed that the respondent did not update this express disclaimer on or after November 1st, 2019, despite regulatory changes as of that date, more clearly defining the relationship as a controlling interest. Likewise, respondent did not update this information in January 2020 after being presented with an opportunity to amend its application, including the disclosure. Instead, respondent requested that its adult use application for provisional licensure be considered by the Commission as submitted. Pursuant to the proposed final order and stipulated agreement, respondent has agreed to acknowledge that it should have known that the contractual agreements constituted a controlling interest requiring disclosure pursuant to the Commission's regulations. Specifically, the respondent acknowledges that it should have known the arrangements constituted a controlling interest on or after November 1st, 2019, when the new regulations concerning the meaning of direct or indirect control went into effect. The proposed agreement stipulates that the facts and circumstances acknowledged in the agreement may be considered in connection with the subsequent review of any respondent's applications for licensure, renewal, or suitability. And specifically responding to the Commissioner's concerns about the effect of medical cap violations as a suitability issue and the disclosure of control, this agreement recognizes that the facts and stipulations in the agreement may be applied to suitability, and specifically with respect to respondent suitability for adult use licensure, enforcement staff also considered whether the lack of disclosure constituted submission of information that is deceptive, misleading, false, or fraudulent, or tending to deceive or create a misleading impression, whether directly or by omission or ambiguity. The proposed agreement contemplates that the facts and circumstances acknowledged in the agreement, if ratified, would resolve any suitability issue based upon a deceptive or misleading impression that would have been posed by the February 11, 2019 disclosure with respect to the adult use application. During the dispute resolution conference, the Chief of Investigations and Enforcement considered various mitigating factors raised by the respondent in determining to resolve or propose resolution of this dispute by a stipulated agreement. In particular, the Chief considered that the agreements were initially drafted at a time when direct or indirect control was not defined in the medical use regulations, which predate the Commission's oversight of the medical use program. And additionally, the Chief recognized that respondent had terminated and or restructured the affected contractual agreements after the Commission tabled the retail applications for staff to provide an opinion or recommendation with respect to whether the agreements violated the medical use license cap. The Chief of Investigations and Enforcement, after weighing the evidentiary record, statutory purpose behind the control disclosure requirements, and asserted mitigating factors, has determined that ratification of the agreement would deter noncompliance with the Commission's disclosure requirements and promote the statutory interest in maintaining control limitations. In addition to the acknowledgement that the licensee should have known that the interest required a disclosure on its application, the respondent has agreed to make a monetary payment in the amount of $250,000 as a stipulated enforcement remedy. So for these reasons, the Investigations and Enforcement Department recommends ratification of the proposed final order and stipulated agreement, and finds that the proposed remedy recognizes that the licensee has accepted responsibility for the violations set forth in the order and cooperated in the Commission's ownership and control investigation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Payer. Are there questions for Attorney Payer? Can't see Commissioner McBride, Commissioner Flanagan. Any questions for Attorney Payer? No.
No, Mr. Chairman, not this time.
Thank you very much. I just want to echo what Commissioner McBride said on the previous enforcement action that we discussed, which is my thanks to you and the entire team for the amount of work that went into this. More importantly, the way the matter was handled and the outcome, which I believe is a good outcome for the industry and for the Commission. So thank you very much, Mr. Payer. That being said, could I ask for a motion, please, to approve the recommended final order and stipulation agreement, Commissioner Title?
So moved.
Commissioner McBride, would you second, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Title made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote?
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Title?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the Commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation for entering into a final order and stipulation agreement with The Botanist Incorporated. Thank you very much, Commission, and Mr. Payer. Thank you. The final enforcement action to be discussed and considered is Healthy Farms Incorporated. Attorney Lopez, is this going to be you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Would you go through as eloquent a description of this as you did for Garden Remedies?
I will do my best. So before diving into the violations and the relief, I thought it would be helpful to provide some context for the commissioners. This case was the result of an investigation that was initiated in July of 2019 in conjunction with pesticide investigators from the Massachusetts Department of Agricultural Resources in response to the licensee's report that samples of its plants had tested positive for the pesticide bifenthrin. MDAR did issue an administrative order at the conclusion of its investigation, finding that the respondent, the licensee, had unlawfully used pesticides in violation of Chapter 132B, and did order, among other things, that the licensee destroy all marijuana derived from affected rooms and equipment, and to have those rooms cleaned, and to also clean the HVAC system in the affected vegetation room to be confirmed by additional sampling. On March 4th, 2020, Commission and MDAR investigators did witness the licensee's destruction of product. And on April 23rd, 2020, MDAR did confirm the completion of testing and non-detection of pesticides or fungicides in the affected rooms. Having that in mind, before the Commission is a proposed final order and stipulated agreement between the Commission and Healthy Farms, Inc. Based on a full review of the evidence in this matter, enforcement determined the licensee to have committed the following violations. The first violation is the non-compliant application of pesticides in violation of 935 CMR 501-120 subsection 5. That violation is brought before the Commission on account of the detection of the pesticide bifenthrin on the licensee's plant or product samples, on account of the detection of the pesticide bifenthrin in rooms and equipment throughout the licensee's cultivation facility, on account of the detection of the pesticides etofenprox, fipronil, paclobutrazol, piperonyl butoxide, pyrethrins, and dinotefron as determined from wipe samples taken by MDAR and analyzed by the Massachusetts Pesticide Analysis Laboratory. On account of the discovery of plant growth regulators in the licensee's facility by commission investigators, and on account of the licensee's non-compliant off-label applications of hydrogen peroxide and baking soda on plants. Violation 2 is the failure to immediately report test results indicating pesticide non-compliance in violation of 935 CMR 501-125. That violation is brought before the commission on account of the licensee's failure to immediately report preliminary test results reporting that samples of its plants had tested positive for the pesticide bifenthrin in concentrations above 10 parts per billion, and on account of the licensee's failure to immediately report 3 test results detecting the pesticide bifenthrin throughout its facility and on its plant harvest carts in concentrations ranging from 11.2 parts per billion to 5,467 parts per billion. The third violation determined is the provision of information that could reasonably be construed as false or misleading, or as information that tends to deceive or create a misleading impression, a violation under 935 CMR 501-450 subsection 2. Violation 3 is brought before the commission on account of the record's indication that the licensee took a swab sample of its power washer and removed it from a collection of swab samples it sent to independent testing lab MCR labs, on account of the licensee's representation that a laboratory test result associated with was associated with a swab sample of its power washer and had reported non-detection of the pesticide bifenthrin, even though such sample had not been submitted to or analyzed by MCR labs, and on account of the licensee's unsupported representation that it had ceased all off-label pesticide applications in fall of 2018. And finally, the fourth violation determined was a failure to enter inventory into the seed to sale system of record, a violation under 935 CMR 501-105-1G and 935 CMR 501-105 subsection 8. That violation is brought on account of the licensee's entry of approximately 50 samples of cannabis flower and or trim of varying strains into the seed to sale system of record under a single different strain of cannabis that was not currently being cultivated in the licensee's facility. A dispute resolution conference between the parties was held on June 3rd, 2020. The monetary fine and corrective actions agreed to were arrived at based upon our evaluation of the licensee's exposure under 935 CMR 501-360 and 935 CMR 501-450. Taken into account were the type of violations committed, the seriousness of the violations, the applicability of multiple aggravating circumstances, the number of instances of certain violations, and that 2 of the 4 violations cited alone constitute grounds for suspension or revocation of licensure. Enforcement does find that negotiation of relief through the informal dispute resolution process is appropriate because the licensee has accepted responsibility for the violations committed. The licensee has cooperated in the commission's investigation, has taken initial corrective action to resolve the pesticide noncompliance, has completed its order with respect to MDAR, and because the licensee agrees to take further corrective action, which will be detailed in a few minutes, concerning the need to abate any further risk to public health, safety, or welfare. The sanctions and affirmative relief decided upon in this agreement is that the licensee agrees to pay a monetary fine in the amount of $350,000. The licensee shall cease and desist the use of pesticides not labeled for use in cannabis cultivation. The licensee shall submit to wipe sampling and testing of the vegetation rooms and flower rooms that were not covered under MDAR's administrative order. The licensee the commission will arrange for the collection of those samples to be analyzed at the licensee's expense. The licensee shall employ a harvest compliance manager with professional credentials in environmental science, horticulture, engineering, or chemistry, who also possesses proficiency in the seed to sale system of record. The licensee shall submit to a 2-year probationary period during which any and all test results reporting detection of bifenthrin at a level other than non-detect, whether written or verbal, shall be reported by the licensee to the commission within 24 hours. The licensee shall maintain an accurate application record of every kind of chemical used in the licensee's facility, including EPA registered, 25B, and OMRI listed products. The licensee shall establish and follow an environmental monitoring standard operating procedure, which at minimum mandates professional air quality testing of the facility on a periodic basis. and shall take all other actions specified in its plan of correction submitted on August 15th, 2019, and its supplemental corrective action plan on September 18th. As stated previously, the relief negotiated here recognizes the licensee's acceptance of responsibility for the violations committed. It promotes the Commission's interest in the efficient resolution of disputes with consideration to the Enforcement Department's limited resources. The relief further balances the Commission's interest in promoting public health, safety, and welfare against the licensee's interest in moving forward subject to the conditions set forth in the stipulated agreement. And enforcement does recommend that the Commission ratify this agreement because the agreed upon relief serves the ultimate objective of the enforcement action, which is to deter non-compliance by the licensee in the future.
Thank you very much, Attorney Lopez. Are there questions or comments before I ask for a motion? Great. Then Commissioner Flanagan, would you make a motion, please, to approve the staff recommendation on the final order and stipulated agreement with Healthy Farms Incorporated? Commissioner Flanagan?
moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Title, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show Commissioner Flanagan made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Title. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote?
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Title?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman? Aye. Let the record show the Commission unanimously approve the staff recommendation to accept the final order and stipulated agreement with Healthy Farms Incorporated. Thank you very much. And just remember everything that Commissioner McBride just said, Attorney Lopez, about garden remedies, and just apply it to this one. Our great gratitude and thanks for a job really well done. And as I said, I think the process and the outcome are both exactly what how the Commission wants to behave and how we want to interact with the industry and promote public health and public safety in the most efficient manner possible. So thank you so much to the entire enforcement team. I'm going to suggest that we're at a natural break point before we start moving into change of control, change of location, and then initial license applications and renewals. It is 11:20. Can I suggest that we reconvene at 11:35 and be in recess until then? Okay, then we are in recess till 11:35. Thank you very much. Okay, Erica, it's 11:35. Can we get back on, please?
We're still live, Mr. Chair.
Oh, we're still live, so if we can just get the next slide up, that'd be great. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, thanks very much. Commissioner Title, Commissioner McBride, Commissioner Flanagan, you're all back, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, we're back in session. We're not going to go through all the licensing activities. We have changes of ownership, change of location, and then renewals, final and provisional licenses. Just to refresh everybody, we'll do a roll call on all votes as we have been doing. We'll do rosters with a few pulled out for the rosters for both renewals and final. We'll go through the provisionals individually, although we will have one vote for multiple applications by a single entity unless there are separate requests for separate conditions on those licenses. Mr. Potvin, will you take us through the recommendations on changes of ownership?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. So we have 3 change of ownerships that are before the commission today. One is Garden Remedies Incorporated. The second is Crippies LLC. Third one being Pharmacanis, Massachusetts Incorporated. As to the first change of ownership from Garden Remedies Incorporated, they are seeking a change of ownership over 5 adult use licenses in 3 medical marijuana treatment centers. They are seeking to add 5 individuals and 1 entity to their ownership and control over those licenses. There's additional information contained within the executive summary for the commission's review. With that said, commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request for change of ownership and control, and if approved, request that your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. Are there questions or comments to Mr. Potvin? Okay, then could I please ask for a motion? I'm sorry, Commissioner McBride, you just came online. No, you're fine. Can I ask then please for a motion, as long as you're here, Commissioner McBride, could I ask for a motion please to approve the staff recommendation on change of ownership for Garden Remedies Incorporated?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Title, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show Commissioner McBride made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Title. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote?
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Title?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation on change of ownership for Garden Remedies Incorporated. Thank you. Is it Crippies or Crippies LLC, Mr. Potvin?
I've been calling it Crippies.
As always, I apologize if I mangled the pronunciation. Go ahead, please, Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The licensee here is Crippies Incorporated. They currently have 1 adult use license for retail operations. They are seeking to add 1 individual that will gain ownership and control over this license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review. With that said, commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, request that your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Mr. Potvin. Are there any questions or comments from Mr. Potvin? And could I ask Commissioner Title, would you make a motion to approve the staff recommendation on change of ownership for Crippies Incorporated, or Crippies LLC, excuse me?
Crippies LLC.
I truly apologize. We should, how, in the dictionary they had those pronunciation guides. I think we should just put those up for all of these in the future so I don't embarrass myself. In any case, Commissioner Title, would you make such a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner McBride, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show Commissioner Title made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote?
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Title?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation on change of ownership for Crippies LLC. Third and last on changes of ownership is Pharmacanis, Massachusetts Incorporated. Mr. Potvin?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The licensee here is Pharmacanis, Massachusetts Incorporated. They currently possess 3 adult use licenses and 2 medical marijuana treatment center licenses. They are seeking to add 6 individuals that will gain ownership and control over these licenses. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review. With that said, commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, request that your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. Are there questions or comments on this request for change of ownership? Thank you. Then Commissioner Flanagan, would you make a motion, please, to approve the staff recommendation on change of ownership for Pharmacanis Massachusetts Incorporated?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Title, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Let the record show Commissioner Flanagan made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Title. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation on change of ownership for Pharmacanis Massachusetts Incorporated. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Potvin. Erica, next slide, please. 2 change of location requests. Mr. Potvin, would you lead us through this, please?
Absolutely. The first change of location request is from the licensee NSAJO Holdings Incorporated. They're currently located at 20 Authority Drive, located in Fitchburg. Their operation that is going to be changing locations is for a medical marijuana treatment center license, and it's their dispensing operation. They are seeking to relocate its operations to 50 Clapp Street, located in Dorchester, Mass. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review. Commission staff therefore do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, request that your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. Are there questions for Mr. Potvin on this request for change of location? Then Commissioner Title, would you make a motion, please, to approve the staff recommendation on change of location for NSAJO Holdings Incorporated?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Flanagan, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Let the record show that Commissioner Title made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Flanagan. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation on change of location for NSAJO Holdings Incorporated. Next, Liberty Market LLC, Mr. Potvin.
Thank you. The licensee here is Liberty Market LLC. Their current location is 126 South Main Street, located in Lanesborough, Mass. They are seeking to relocate their adult use retail operations. The proposed new location is 35 North Main Street, also located in Lanesborough, Mass. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review. Therefore, commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, request that your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. Are there any questions for Mr. Potvin on this change of location request? Then Commissioner McBride, would you make a motion, please, to approve the staff recommendation?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Title, would you second that, please?
Second.
Let the record show that Commissioner McBride made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Title. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously staff recommendation on change of location for Liberty Market LLC. Mr. Potvin, are there any other changes of location that you're aware of that are on the table right now?
Not at this time, sir.
Okay, well then, thank you very much. Let's move on to the next set of license discussions, which will be renewals. Can you get the next slide up, please? Thank you very much, Erica. So renewals, we have 32 in total. We're going to do this in 2 rosters with one pulled out. But before I go through the separation into 2 rosters, there are requests from Commissioners Flanagan and Title for universal conditions on all renewals. So let me start with the conditions requested by Commissioner Flanagan. First, she moves that within 90 days of the removal of the state of emergency declaration, all adult use licensees must notify the Cannabis Control Commission of updated actions taken on the plans to positively impact or disproportionately harm people. The second condition that she requests is that within 90 days of the removal of the state of emergency declaration, all adult use licensees must notify the Cannabis Control Commission of updated actions taken on the diversity plans. Additionally, Commissioner Title has requested a universal condition, but I don't have that in my notes. I don't know if you sent that to me and I misplaced it or not, but please go ahead and state the condition that you're requesting.
Thank you. This is a new one, so I wanted to take a minute to explain it. So I'd like to place a condition on licensees regarding 935 CMR 500.1034F, which is the section of our regulation that requires documentation that the establishment requested from its host community, records of any costs reasonably related to the operation of the establishment. So I'm bringing this up now because looking at the renewals, I had sought that documentation, and correct me if I'm wrong on this at any point, Mr. Potvin, but my understanding is that that particular element of renewal is still being implemented. So I would like to add as a condition that we ask for that information. And then more broadly for the interim period between when the regulations went into effect and when it is implemented into the process, that we ask for the information from all licensees.
So thank you, Commissioner Title. Two things. One, Mr. Potvin, do you see any issues with that condition that Commissioner Title is requesting in terms of implementation?
I don't necessarily see any issue with the current roster that's before us. I completely understand what Commissioner Title is, what she is referencing. I don't know if there's an issue of requesting that information and attaching it to licenses that have been previously considered before this meeting. So I don't know if that's applicable here at this point.
My thought is that those conditions were not requested for the previous renewals, so I don't know that we can retroactively change that, but for this roster and then going forward until the system's implemented, I think that you're saying that that is doable from your perspective from an implementation standpoint?
Absolutely.
Great, thank you. So Commissioner Title, if you wouldn't mind, since I don't have anything right, could you be formal and explicit in terms of the condition that you're seeking to attach to these renewals?
I will, but I'll just clarify that for the previous licensees that reported payments but not documentation, I'd like to ask them for that information under the regulations, but not make it a condition because, of course, the condition would not apply at this point.
Again, Mr. Potvin, from an implementation standpoint, you're okay with that?
I don't necessarily see any issues with requesting that information ad hoc from previous licensees, but it's something that I will definitely discuss with the Chief of Investigations and Enforcement.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Commissioner Title, if you'd be formal and explicit in terms of the condition that you're seeking to attach.
Yes. So the condition for the licensees for today is to provide the documentation required under 935 CMR 500.1034F.
Okay. Thank you. Unless there are, let me get to how we'll structure the two rosters for renewals. We're going to do one that has just one license renewal, and then the second roster will contain all the others. The first roster will just be A, Mission Massachusetts Incorporated, MRR 205582. Commissioner Title has asked to be recused from this discussion. So the first roster that I would ask for consideration from the commission is just Mission Massachusetts, subject to the two conditions requested by Commissioner Flanagan and the condition requested by Commissioner Title. Can I have a motion to approve the staff recommendation of renewal for Mission Massachusetts from Commissioner Flanagan, please?
So moved.
Commissioner McBride, would you second that motion?
Second.
Let the record show that Commissioner Flanagan made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote?
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission approves the renewal of Mission Massachusetts Incorporated MRR 205582 by a vote of 3 in favor, Commissioners Flanagan, McBride, and Hoffman, with Commissioner Title abstaining. Thank you. I would now like to ask the commission to consider the entire roster of renewals other than Mission Massachusetts. Again, all this roster would be subject to the conditions requested by Commissioner Flanagan and Commissioner Title. Can I have such a motion, please, Commissioner Title?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner McBride, would you second that motion?
Second.
Let the record show that Commissioner Title made the motion and it was seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote, please.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Title?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the roster for renewals as recommended by staff unanimously. Thank you very much. That is it for renewals at this point in time, Mr. Potvin?
That is correct.
Thank you very much. We now will move on to final licenses. There's 6 final licenses up for consideration and vote by the commission. Again, we're going to do 2 separate rosters. Roster A will be B and C, 4 Daughters Compassionate Care doing business as Zenleaf Sharon, MR 281552. And secondly, 4 Daughters Compassionate Care doing business as Zenleaf Plymouth, MR 282232. Before I ask for a motion to vote, Commissioner Title, you have a proposed condition. You would like to make some comments on this, on these renewals. Please go ahead. Do I have that correct, Commissioner Title?
We're talking about B and C, right?
B and C, the 2 4 Daughters Compassionate Care renewals. Yes.
Renewals?
Final license.
Final license. My apologies.
Okay, sorry about that. Okay, thank you. I just had a comment, which is that I understand there's an open civil lawsuit involving fraud, which I understand the staff is monitoring. Of course, no evidence of wrongdoing, but I just wanted to raise it. And I wanted to add as a condition that the applicant disclose the final outcome of the case when applicable.
Okay, thank you. Any comments or questions before I ask for a motion on B and C? Thank you. Then could I ask please for a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue final licenses to 4 Daughters Compassionate Care, MR 281552, and 4 Daughters Compassionate Care, MR 282232, subject to condition requested by Commissioner Title. Commissioner McBride, would you make such a motion, please?
So moved.
Commissioner Title, would you second?
Second.
Let the record show that Commissioner McBride made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Title. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission unanimously approved the renewal of B and C, the 2 4 Daughters Compassionate Care final licenses unanimously, subject to the condition requested by Commissioner Title. I would now like to ask the staff to consider the other 4 final license recommendations as a roster. Cannabis Incorporated, formerly known as Fidelity Wellness Center, MR 282801. Garden Remedies Incorporated, MR 282471. Pharmacanis, Massachusetts, doing business as Verilife, MR 282298. And then Patient Centric of Martha's Vineyard Limited, which is a vertically integrated medical marijuana treatment center. I'm not aware of any requests for conditions on these final licenses. Are there any questions or comments before I ask for a vote on that roster? Okay, then Commissioner Title, would you make a motion, please, to approve that roster?
So moved.
Commissioner McBride, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Let the record show Commissioner Title made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approve the staff recommendation on the roster of final licenses that I articulated. Thank you very much. That is it for final licenses, Mr. Potvin, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Okay, now we have 71 provisionals to go through. I'm going to suggest that we get ourselves through this maybe halfway, and then we'll take a lunch break to rejuvenate both you and I, Mr. Potvin, or at least me. You know, you seem to be tougher than I am on getting through this.
Whatever the chairman and the commissioners want, I'm fine with.
Well, let's see how we go. But we got 71, as I said. So you know, if we can make it halfway through, I think that'd be great. And then we'll take a break for lunch. So let's get going. And again, we'll unless there are separate conditions, we'll consider multiple applications from the same entity in one vote. So let's start. I have conditions from commissioners on many of these, so I'll read those as we get to them. So the first one is 2002 Trading Company LLC, MRN 281735, retail. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is 202 Trading Company LLC, planning to do business as Bud Barn. The proposed location is 682 Spring Street, Winchendon, Mass. They are seeking a retail license. This was a general applicant. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Mr. Potvin. I am not aware of any requests for additional conditions on this license. Are there questions or comments from the commissioners before I ask for a vote? Okay, thank you. Could I please ask for a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to 2002 Trading Company LLC? Commissioner McBride, would you make such a motion, please?
Yes. So, Mr. Chair, I think it's 202 Trading Company LLC.
Oh, I'm sorry. What did I say?
2002.
Well, I was just thinking about, that old BMW model, which is a great car. Sorry, my apologies to the applicant. 202 Trading Company LLC. Commissioner McBride, would you make such a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license?
So moved.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the correction. Commissioner Title, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Let the record show that Commissioner McBride made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Title. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote?
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Title?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to 202 Trading Company LLC. Thank you. Next up is 6 Bricks LLC, MRN 283098, also for retail. And if I'm correct, this is an expedited application based upon their status as a disadvantaged business enterprise. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is 6 Bricks LLC. The proposed location is 250 Albany Street, located in Springfield. They are seeking a retail license, and as you said, Mr. Chairman, they are an expedited applicant because of the disadvantaged business enterprise designation. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. With that said, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. Are there questions or comments on this application?
Yes.
Commissioner Title?
I just wanted to acknowledge, I know we can't acknowledge every first, but in this case, I just wanted to acknowledge that my understanding is this is a Black and Latino owned and women owned business, and their diversity and positive impact plans are phenomenal. So I just want to acknowledge them.
Great. Thank you. Any other questions or comments before I ask for a motion? Thank you. Well, Commissioner Tyler, you have the floor. Would you make a motion, please, to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to 6 Bricks LLC?
So moved.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Commissioner McBride, would you second the motion, please?
Second.
Let the record show Commissioner Title made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Title made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote?
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Title?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to 6 Bricks LLC. Thank you. Next up is Alex Sophia LLC, MRN 282926 retail. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you stated, the applicant here is Alex Sophia LLC, planning to do business as High Five. The proposed location is 41 Strong Avenue, located in Northampton. They are seeking a retail license. The applicant here was a general applicant. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. With that said, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. Before I ask for comments and a motion, I do have a request for an additional condition on this license from Commissioner Title. The condition is to revise diversity plan goal to employ 20% or more women and or veterans in retail and management positions to be clearer and objectively reasonable, and to specify the basis for the indication that annual advertisements in the Athol Daily News and the Greenfield Recorder are a way to recruit women and veterans. Are there any other comments or requested conditions on this application? Okay, then could I ask, please, Commissioner McBride, would you make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Alex Sophia LLC, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Title?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Title, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner McBride made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Title. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote?
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Title?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Alex Sophia LLC, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Title. Thank you. Next up is BKPN LLC, MRN 282853 Retail. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is BKPN LLC. The proposed location is 1274 Merrimack Street, located in Dracut. They are seeking a retail license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. I have a request for additional conditions from both Commissioners Title and Commissioner Flanagan. Let me start with Commissioner Title's requested condition, which is revised diversity plan goal to strive to achieve at least 10% of staffing needs from people from diverse backgrounds, specifically 5% women and 5% minorities, to be objectively reasonable. Commissioner Flanagan has the following conditions that she would like to impose upon this application. First, resubmit plan to include more than just a hiring plan. Second, clarification about proposed workshops at Mass Hire, Greater Lowell, and Career Center of Lowell. They sound like recruitment rather than educational seminars. Third, if the workshops are truly educational workshops, she would like more details with how many specifically and what specific topics. Commissioner Flanagan, I know you've asked to make a comment after I read the conditions. Please go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I do want to remind the applicants that these positive impact plans are intended to actually have an impact on the communities in the cohorts in which they choose. Submitting simply a hiring plan is not going to be accepted, and it hasn't been in the past. So I just want to remind people that as they come through this process, we are taking a look at the diversity plans, at the positive impact plans, and making sure that there's some type of action that's being taken on behalf of the applicant. So I've asked that this plan be resubmitted because, quite frankly, it reads as nothing than a recruitment for employment. And I'd like to see more than that in the plan.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Flanagan. Are there any other comments or questions before I ask for a motion? Okay, then could I ask please for a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to BKPN LLC, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Title and Flanagan. Commissioner McBride, would you make such a motion, please?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Title, would you second the motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show Commissioner McBride made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Title. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote?
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Title?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to BKPN LLC, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Title and Flanagan. Thank you very much. Next, let's move on to E and F. Buddha Brothers, 90 Sargent Street LLC, applying for a cultivation, Tier 3 indoor cultivation license, MCN 282254, and a product manufacturer license, MPN 281870. This entity was expedited. These applications were expedited given the entity status as a disadvantaged business enterprise. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is Buddha Brothers, 90 Sargent Street LLC. The proposed location is 90 Sargent Street, located in Holyoke. They are seeking a Tier 3 indoor cultivation license as well as a product manufacturing license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. With that said, commission staff do recommend the issuance of 2 provisional licenses subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. I am not aware of any additional conditions requested by my fellow commissioners on these 2 licenses, but are there comments or questions before I ask for a motion? Okay, then could I ask please for a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue 2 provisional licenses to Buddha Brothers, 90 Sargent Street LLC, MCN 282-254 Tier 3 Indoor Cultivation, and MPN 281-870 Product Manufacturer. Can I have such a motion, please, Commissioner Flanagan?
So moved.
Thank you. Could I have a second, please, Commissioner McBride?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show Commissioner Flanagan made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue 2 provisional licenses to Buddha Brothers, 90 Sargent Street LLC, MCN 282-254 Tier 3 Indoor Cultivation, MPN 281-870 Product Manufacturer. Thank you. Next up are 2 licenses from Calyx Peak of Mass Incorporated, MCN 281-927, which is a Tier 3 Indoor Cultivation, and MPN 281-574 Product Manufacturer. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is Calyx Peak of MA Incorporated. The proposed location is 10 Pullman Street, located in Worcester, Mass. They are seeking a Tier 3 indoor cultivation license as well as a product manufacturing license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of 2 provisional licenses subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much. I am aware of a request from Commissioner Flanagan to request an additional condition on this license, which is specifically clarification on how a donation to I'm not sure how to pronounce that, Cultivate Ed. Do you know how to pronounce that, Commissioner Flanagan? I'm sorry.
I think it's Cultivate Ed.
Okay. Clarification on how a donation to Cultivate Ed will directly benefit residents of Worcester. Are there any other comments or questions or additional conditions requested on these 2 licenses? And could I ask for a motion, Commissioner Title, to approve the 2 provisional licenses for Calyx Peak of MA Incorporated, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Flanagan?
So moved.
Could I have a second, please, Commissioner Flanagan?
So moved. Second.
Thank you. Let's record show Commissioner Title made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Flanagan. Your vote, Commissioner Flanagan?
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Title?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue 2 provisional licenses to Calyx Peak of MA Incorporated, MCN 281-927 and MPN 281-574, subject to the additional conditions requested by, or condition requested by Commissioner Flanagan. Thank you very much. Next up is Cannabis Provisions Incorporated, MCN 282-476, Tier 3 Indoor Cultivation. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is Cannabis Provisions Incorporated. The proposed location is 160 Quarry Hill Road, located in Lee. They are seeking a Tier 3 indoor cultivation license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. I am not aware of any requests for additional conditions by my fellow commissioners on this, but are there questions or comments or additional conditions requested by anybody on the commission? Okay, then could I ask please for a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Cannabis Provisions Incorporated. Commissioner McBride, would you make such a motion, please?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Flanagan, would you second, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that the motion was made by Commissioner McBride, seconded by Commissioner Flanagan. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote, please.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Title?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Cannabis Provisions Incorporated, MCN 282-476. Thank you very much. Next is Coastal Cultivars LLC, MCN 282-052, which is seeking provisional license for Tier 11 outdoor cultivation. This has been expedited based upon the type of license, outdoor cultivation. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is Coastal Cultivars LLC. Proposed location.
Excuse me 1 sec. I should have mentioned this up front. Commissioner McBride has asked to be recused from discussion and vote on this application. Go ahead, Mr. Potvin. I apologize.
Again, the applicant is Coastal Cultivars LLC. The proposed location is 0 Patterson Brook Road, located in Wareham, Mass. They are seeking a Tier 11 outdoor cultivation license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Flanagan has requested a additional condition on this application, which reads clarification on how community service activities, clarification on community service activities. Will the educational programs be hosted by Coastal Cultivate? It's Coastal. I have two different spellings here. It's Coastal Cultivars, not cultivators, correct?
Yes.
So again, will the educational programs be hosted by Coastal Cultivars? Any other questions or comments before I ask for a motion on this? Okay, then Commissioner Title, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Coastal Cultivar subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Flanagan?
So moved.
Commissioner Flanagan, would you second that, please?
Second.
Let the record show that Commissioner Title made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Flanagan. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote, please.
Aye.
Commissioner Title?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Coastal Cultivars by a vote of 3 in favor, Commissioners Flanagan, Title, and Hoffman, with Commissioner McBride recused. Thank you. Oh, you're ahead of me. You already got the next slide, Erica. Thank you. Next up is ComAv Canna Incorporated, MRN 282314 Retail. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is ComAv Canna Incorporated. The proposed location is 1030 Commonwealth Ave, second floor, located in Brookline. They are seeking a retail license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. I am not aware of any conditions, additional conditions requested by my fellow commissioners on this. So any comments or questions before I ask for a motion? Thank you. Then Commissioner McBride, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to ComAv Canna Incorporated?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Title, would you second the motion, please? Joe, Commissioner McBride made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Title. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to ComAv and Incorporated, MRN 282314 Retail. Next up are two license applications from Coyote Cannabis Corporation, MCN 282498, Tier 1 Indoor Cultivation, and MPN 281798, Product Manufacturer. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is Coyote Cannabis Corporation. The proposed location is 56 Industrial Drive, Unit B, located in Uxbridge. They are seeking a Tier 1 indoor cultivation license as well as a product manufacturing license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of 2 provisional licenses subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Mr. Potvin. I am not aware of any conditions, additional conditions on this license, but are there questions or comments before I ask for a motion? Then Commissioner Title, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Coyote Cannabis Corporation?
Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry, yes.
I submitted a condition.
On Coyote? I'm sorry, my apologies. I just got ahead of myself. There's several conditions here. I was back on ComAv Canna. My apologies. So let me, before I ask for a motion, there are conditions requested by Commissioners Title and Flanagan. Let me start with Commissioner Title's requested condition on Coyote Cannabis Corporation. And her condition is revised diversity plan goal to achieve at least 20% of staffing needs from people from diverse backgrounds, specifically 10% women and 10% some combination of veterans, minorities, LGBTQ, and or people with disabilities to be objectively reasonable. That is Commissioner Title's request condition. Commissioner Flanagan's request condition is resubmit plan to include more than just donations and update organizations they plan to donate to. And Commissioner Flanagan, I believe you wanted to comment as well as requesting that condition.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I've said this many times over the years that the past couple of years that we are not going to accept just donations to organizations as a positive impact plan. There needs to be an actual plan to positively impact the area that you're choosing, or the cohort that the applicant is choosing. Having said that, this applicant, and I know it's not their fault, is choosing to give to an organization that no longer exists. And I've had this conversation with Kyle regarding what we need to do going forward, which simply could mean that they alter the plan during the year before renewal. But we really needed to take notice that C3RN is not in existence anymore. And so those applicants that are seeking to donate to them need to come up with some kind of alternative. And I just wanted to point that out to commissioners that we are taking a look at this and are going to have to figure out a way to handle it.
Okay, thank you. And again, my apologies for overlooking your requested condition, Commissioner Flanagan. So are there any other comments or questions before I ask for a motion? Then Commissioner Flanagan, would you make a motion, please, to approve the 2 provisional licenses for Coyote Cannabis Corporation, MCN 282498 and MPN 281798, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Title and Flanagan?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner McBride, would you second that, please?
Second.
Let the record show that Commissioner Flanagan made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote?
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Title?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue provisional licenses to Coyote Cannabis Corporation, MCN 282498 and MPN 281798, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Title and Flanagan. Thank you. Next up is DDM Sales Incorporated, MRN 281981 Retail. Again, this is an expedited application based upon their status as a disadvantaged business enterprise. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is DDM Sales Incorporated. The proposed location is 1 Lloyd Street, located in Blackstone. They are seeking a retail license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Mr. Potvin. I am not aware of any additional requests for conditions on this license. Are there any questions or comments before I ask for a motion? Thank you. Then, Commissioner Title, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue provisional license to DDM Sales Incorporated?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner McBride, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show Commissioner Title made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote?
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Title?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to DDM Sales Incorporated, MRN 281981. Thank you. Next up is Deep Roots Incorporated, which is applying NBN 281496, microbusiness cultivation and product manufacturing operations. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sorry, excuse me, I should note that this is expedited both due to their status as a disadvantaged business enterprise as well as the type of application. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you stated, the applicant here is Deep Roots Incorporated. The proposed location is 420 West Street, located in Uxbridge. The license being sought is a micro business license where they will be performing both cultivation and product manufacturing operations. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. I am aware of requests for conditions from both Commissioners Title and Flanagan. Let me read them. Commissioner Flanagan, resubmit plan to include more than just donations, and secondly, specify which cohort you are seeking to impact. Commissioner Title, her requested condition is revised diversity plan goal to achieve at least 10% of staffing needs from people from diverse backgrounds, including women and minorities, to be objectively reasonable. Any other comments or questions or requested conditions before I ask for a motion? Okay, thank you. Commissioner Flanagan, would you make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Deep Roots Incorporated, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Title and Flanagan?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner McBride, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Let the record show that, thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Flanagan made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote?
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Title?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue provisional license to Deep Roots Incorporated, MBN 281496, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Title and Flanagan. Thank you. Next up are three provisional license applications from Deerfield Naturals Incorporated, MCN 281426, which is Tier 3 indoor cultivation, MPN 281541 product manufacturer, and MRN 281929 retail. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is Deerfield Naturals Incorporated. The proposed location is 10 Greenfield Road South, located in Deerfield. They are seeking 3 licenses: a Tier 3 indoor cultivation license, a product manufacturing license, and a retail license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. With that said, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of 3 provisional licenses subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. I am not aware of any additional requests for conditions on these 3 license applications, but can I ask, are there any questions or comments from my fellow commissioners before I ask for a vote? Okay, then Commissioner McBride, would you make a motion, please, to approve these 3 provisional licenses for Deerfield Naturals Incorporated? Commissioner McBride?
I'm sorry. So moved.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Title, would you second the motion, please?
Second.
I'll let the record show Commissioner McBride made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Title. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote, please.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Title?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission unanimously approved the 3 provisional licenses for Deerfield Naturals Incorporated, MCN 281426, MPN 281541, MRN 281929. Thank you. Next up, Escar Arlington LLC, MRN 282638. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is Escar Arlington LLC. The proposed location is 21 Broadway Street, located in Arlington. They are seeking a retail license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much. I am aware of a request for an additional condition on this license from Commissioner Flanagan, and that condition is resubmit plan to include clarification about which cohort is being served and how a donation to Cultivate Ed, same mispronunciation again, I'm sure, will directly impact that cohort. Are there other comments or questions or requests for additional conditions on this application? Then Commissioner Title, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Escar Arlington LLC, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Flanagan?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner McBride, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Title made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote?
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Title?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Escar Arlington LLC, MRN 282638, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Flanagan. Thank you. Next up is Escar Northbridge LLC, MRN 283073 retail. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is Escar Northbridge LLC. The proposed location is plot 28, parcel 73, which is also known as Building 4, Commerce Drive, located in Northbridge, Mass. The applicant here is seeking a retail license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. Commissioner Flanagan, your notes indicate you wish to place a condition as we just discussed and voted on for Escar Arlington LLC. Do you wish to request the same condition for Escar Northbridge LLC?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other requested conditions on this application?
Yes.
As Commissioner Title.
Not a question or condition, but I wanted to acknowledge them because their diversity plan had a terrific goal, measurable goal, which was to achieve at least 85% of employee satisfaction related to work environment, safety, acceptance, and respect. And I thought that was a really good measurable goal, really thoughtful, totally appropriate for a diversity plan, and I would love to see more like it.
Yep, I agree, and thank you for that comment. Any other questions or comments for ask for a motion? Okay, then Commissioner McBride, would you make a motion, please, to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Escar Northbridge LLC, MRN 283073, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Flanagan?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Title, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Let the record show Commissioner McBride made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Title. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote, please.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Title?
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Hoffman. Aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Escar Northbridge LLC, MRN 283073, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Flanagan. Thank you. Next up are three licenses for Fourscore Holdings LLC, MCN 282187, Tier 2 Indoor Cultivation, MPN 281689, Product Manufacturer, and MRN 282757, Retail. Mr. Poffman, you can go through this collectively for these three, but we will take separate votes given there are separate conditions requested by commissioners on this. But if you could go with your summary for all three, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is Fourscore Holdings LLC. The proposed location is 144 Sturbridge Road, located in Charlton. They are seeking three licenses: a Tier 2 indoor cultivation license, a product manufacturing license, and a retail license. The the additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. With that said, commission staff do recommend the issuance of three provisional licenses subject to the conditions before you.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'm aware of several conditions requested on these additional conditions requested on these licenses. Commissioner Flanagan would like an additional condition on all three of these licenses, which is specifically clarification on the informational seminars, how many and what specific topics. Also clarification about notices. Will they be posted 2 months or 2 weeks ahead of event? Those would apply, if I'm correct, Commissioner Flanagan, to all three of these applications?
Yes.
Thank you. And then Commissioner McBride specifically requests a condition on the second of these, the product manufacturing license, MPN 281689, and that is final licensure is subject to the applicant providing commission staff upon inspection with a detailed list of all proposed products to be produced with specific information as to types, forms, shapes, colors, and flavors. Are there any other comments or questions or requests for additional conditions on these licenses? Then let me ask. We'll do these just separately, just to make sure there's no confusion. Starting with Fourscore Holdings LLC, MCN 282187, Tier 2 Indoor Cultivation. Can I ask for a motion, please, to approve the staff recommendation for provisional license subject to the condition requested by Commissioner Flanagan? Commissioner Flanagan, would you make such a motion, please?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Title, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show Commissioner Flanagan made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Title. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote?
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Title?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Fourscore Holdings LLC, MCN 282187, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Flanagan. Let me next ask for a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Foursquare Holdings LLC, MPN 281689, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Flanagan and McBride. Commissioner McBride, would you make such a motion, please?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Flanagan, would you second, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner McBride made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Flanagan. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote?
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Title?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the Commission unanimously approved the issuance of a provisional license to Foursquare Holdings LLC, MPN 281689, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Flanagan and McBride. Let me next ask, please, for a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Foursquare Holdings LLC, MRN 282757, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioner Flanagan. Commissioner Title, would you make such a motion, please?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner McBride, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show Commissioner Title made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote?
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Title?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the Commission unanimously approved the issuance of a provisional license to Foursquare Holdings LLC, MRN 282757, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Flanagan. Thank you. Next up is Greenleaf Health Incorporated, MRN 282991, if I'm reading that correctly. 991, yes, correct. Retail, Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is Greenleaf Health Incorporated. The proposed location is 91 George Levin Drive, located in North Attleboro. They are seeking a retail license. They are an expedited applicant due to their disadvantaged business enterprise status. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. I am aware of a request for an additional condition from Commissioner Flanagan. Let me read it. Clarification on the training seminars, what specific topics will be presented. Are there any other comments or questions or requests for additional conditions before I ask for a motion? Then please could I ask Commissioner McBride to make a motion to approve staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Greenleaf Health Incorporated, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Flanagan.
So moved.
Thank you. Could I ask for a second, please, Commissioner Title?
Second.
Thank you. Let's record show Commissioner McBride made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Title. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote?
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Title?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the Commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Greenleaf Health Incorporated, MRN 282991, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Flanagan. Next, we have two applications from Green Meadows Farm LLC, MCN 282409, Tier 3 Indoor Cultivation, and MPN 281763, Product Manufacturer. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is Green Meadows Farm LLC. The proposed location is 64 Mill Street, first floor, located in Southbridge. They are seeking two licenses, a Tier 3 indoor cultivation license, as well as a product manufacturing license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. With that said, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of two provisional licenses subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. I am not aware of any requests from my fellow commissioners for additional conditions on this license, but are there comments or questions before I ask for a motion? And Commissioner Flanagan, could I please ask for a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue two provisional licenses to Green Meadows Farm LLC, MCN 282409 and MPN 281763?
So moved.
Thank you. Could I ask for a second, Commissioner McBride?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show Commissioner Flanagan made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote?
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Title?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the Commission unanimously approved the two licenses, provisional licenses to Green Meadows Farms LLC, Green Meadows Farm LLC, MCN 282409, MPN 281763. Thank you. Next up is GTE Franklin LLC, MRN 282766 Retail. This is an expedited application based upon their status as a disadvantaged business enterprise. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is GTE Franklin LLC. The proposed location is 1256 West Central Street, located in Franklin. They are seeking a retail license. There's additional information contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Mr. Potvin. I'm not aware of any additional conditions requested on this application, but are there comments or questions before I ask for a motion? Then Commissioner Title, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to GTE Franklin LLC, MRN 282766 Retail?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner McBride, would you second the motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Title made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to GTE Franklin LLC, MRN 282766. Thank you. Next up are two applications from Heal Cultivation LLC, MCN 282119, Tier 2 Indoor Cultivation, and MPN 281658, Product Manufacturer. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is Heal Cultivation LLC. The proposed location is 70 Pulaski Street, located in Warren, Mass. The applicant here is seeking two licenses, a Tier 2 indoor cultivation license, as well as a product manufacturing license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of two provisional licenses subject to the conditions before you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. Commissioner Title has requested an additional condition on this license, which I will read. Revised diversity plan goal to hire and maintain the number of minorities, women, and others working in the establishment at the rate of 20% of the workforce to be objectively reasonable. Are there any other comments or questions or requested conditions before I ask for a motion on these two applications? Okay, then could I ask please for a motion to approve the staff recommendations to issue provisional licenses to Heal Cultivation LLC, MCN 282119 and MPN 281658, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Title. Commissioner Flanagan, would you make such a motion, please?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Title, would you second such a motion? Second motion, please. Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Flanagan made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Title. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue provisional licenses to Heal Cultivation LLC, MPN 282119 and MPN 281658, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Title. I'm going to suggest we do maybe a half a dozen more and then take a break. I don't know about you, Mr. Potvin, but I could certainly use a break. You seem to be holding up better than I am, as always.
I don't know about that, but.
Well, let's keep going for an additional, I said, maybe 5 or 6. So next up is Holistic Industries Incorporated, MRN 282667 Retail. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is Holistic Industries Incorporated. The proposed location is 1300 Boston Road, located in Springfield. They are seeking a retail license. There's additional information contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. With that said, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. I am not aware of any requests for additional conditions on this license, but are there comments or questions? Thank you. Then Commissioner Title, would you make a motion, please, to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Holistic Industries Incorporated, MRN 282667?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner McBride, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Title made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Holistic Industries Incorporated, MRN 282-667. Thank you. Next slide, please. No, we're not on recess yet. I'm fantasizing about it, but we're not there yet. Next up is Holyoke 220 LLC, MRN 282703 Retail. Mr. Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant is Holyoke 420 LLC, doing business as Holyoke Cannabis. The proposed location is 380 Dwight Street, Suite 2, located in Holyoke. They are seeking a retail license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Mr. Potvin. I am aware of requests for additional conditions from both Commissioners Title and Flanagan on this. So Commissioner Title's requested condition is to revise diversity plan to hire and retain at least 10% of the company staff from people who represent diverse backgrounds to be objectively reasonable. And Commissioner Flanagan's requested condition is to resubmit plan to include more than just donations and eliminate donation to C3RN, specify which cohort you are seeking to impact, and clarification on how a donation to MRCC will directly impact the cohort you have chosen. Are there other questions or comments or requested conditions on the license? And Commissioner McBride, would you make a motion, please, to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Holyoke 220 LLC, MRN 282703, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Title and Flanagan?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Title, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote?
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Title?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the Commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Holyoke 420 LLC, MRN 282703, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Title and Flanagan. Next up is HTC Trinity LLC, MRN 283121 Retail. This is an expedited application based upon their status as a disadvantaged business enterprise. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is HTC Trinity LLC. The proposed location is 354 Winthrop Street, located in Taunton. They are seeking a retail license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Mr. Potvin. Commissioner Flanagan has requested an additional condition on this license, which is quote, a clarification on partnership with Taunton Comprehensive Treatment Center. Has this already been established? Secondly, clarification on partnership with Community Counseling of Bristol County. Has this already been established? And third, clarification on who the seminars are geared towards. Are there any other comments or questions on this application? All right, then, Commissioner Title, could I ask you please to make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to HTC Trinity LLC, MRN 283121, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Flanagan?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner McBride, can I ask you to second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show Commissioner Title made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote, please.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Title?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the Commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to HTC Trinity LLC, MRN 283121, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Flanagan. Let's do two more, and then I think I'm going to ask for a break. Hudson Growers Alliance LLC, MCN 282581, Tier 1 Indoor Cultivation. This is also an expedited application based upon their status as a disadvantaged business enterprise. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is Hudson Growers Alliance LLC. The proposed location is 9 Kane Industrial Drive, Unit 2, located in Hudson. They are seeking a Tier 1 indoor cultivation license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Mr. Potvin. Commissioner Title has requested an additional condition on this license, which is revised diversity plan goal to hire and retain at least 10% of the company's employees that represent minorities, women, and other groups to be objectively reasonable. Are there any other comments or questions on this application before I ask for a motion? Then Commissioner Flanagan, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Hudson Growers Alliance LLC, MCN 282581, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Title?
So moved.
Thank you very much. Commissioner McBride, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Flanagan made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Hudson Growers Alliance LLC, MCN 282581, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Title. Thank you. Next up is LMCC LLC, MRN 282885 Retail. I believe, if I'm correct, Mr. Potvin, this is also an expedited application based upon their status as a social equity program participant.
That is correct, sir.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is LMCC LLC. The proposed location is 128 Merrick Street, located in Berkeley. They are seeking a retail license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. With that said, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. I'm not aware of any requests for additional conditions on this license, but are there questions or comments? Then Commissioner McBride, if you wouldn't mind, would you make a motion, please, to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to LMCC LLC, MRN 282885?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Title, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show Commissioner McBride made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Title. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to LMCC LLC, MRN 282885. Thank you. Okay, it's 12:45. I absolutely need a break. I presume, unless there are any objections, I presume my fellow commissioners would like a break. I'm going to suggest we take 45 minutes between now and we'll reconvene at 1:30. Is that okay with everybody? Well, with my fellow commissioners?
Sure.
Anybody need more time?
No.
Okay, then we are in recess until 1:30. Thank you very much, everybody. Ready to go, Kyle?
Yes, sir.
Glad to hear it. I think I cut it off exactly halfway through the provisional, so.
Yeah, I had 37 more, I think.
Okay.
Close enough. Yep.
Okay, Commissioner Title, Commissioner McBride, Commissioner Flanagan, are you all back?
Yes.
Commissioner Title? Okay. We are back in session at 1:30 p.m. We're going to pick up where we left off with provisional licenses. According to Mr. Potvin, we have 37 more to go, and I'll trust your math. If I'm correct, the next set of licenses that are up are 3 for MJ's Market Incorporated, MCN. Erica, can we get the slides back up if you're there? Okay, I'm going to suggest we go ahead. I'm sure Eric will be with us shortly, but let's keep going. I'll just read numbers out loud. The next 3 that are up are MJ's Market Incorporated, 3 applications, MCN 281274, Tier 1 Indoor Cultivation, MP 281758, Product Manufacturer, and MR 281457. Mr. Potvin, that my notes don't tell me what kind of license that is.
It's a retail license, sir.
Retail, that's what I thought. Thank you. So please go ahead, Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you stated, the applicant here is MJ's Market Incorporated. The proposed location is 13 Centennial Drive, located in Grafton. As you stated, they are seeking 3 licenses: a Tier 1 indoor cultivation license, a product manufacturing license, and a retail license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. With that said, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of 3 provisional licenses subject to the conditions before you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. Commissioner Flanagan has requested additional condition on these 3 licenses, which is clarification of how a donation to Cultivate Ed will directly impact Worcester residents. Are there any other comments or questions or additional conditions requested on these licenses? And then Commissioner Title, would you please make a motion to approve these 3 licenses subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Flanagan?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner McBride, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Title made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the 3 provisional licenses for MJ's Market Incorporated, MCN 281274, MPN 281758, MRN 281457, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioner Flanagan. Thank you. Next up is Neo Manufacturing MA LLC, MCN 282043, Tier 3 Indoor Cultivation. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry, excuse me, let's do both the Neo Manufacturing ones. So there's the one I mentioned, and then Neo Manufacturing MA LLC, MPN 281622, Product Manufacturer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is Neo Manufacturing MA LLC. The proposed location is 4 Mock Road, located in Medway, Mass. They are seeking 2 licenses, a Tier 3 indoor cultivation license, as well as a product manufacturing license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. With that said, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of 2 provisional licenses subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Mr. Potvin. I am not aware of any requests for additional conditions on these licenses, but are there any questions or comments before I ask for a motion? Thank you. Then Commissioner Flanagan, would you please make a motion to approve the 2 provisional licenses for Neo Manufacturing MA LLC, MCN 282043 and MPN 281622?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner McBride, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Flanagan made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue 2 provisional licenses to Neo Manufacturing MA LLC, MCN 282043, MPN 281622. Thank you. Next up is New Green LLC, MRN 282969 Retail. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is New Green LLC, proposing to do business as Divine. Their proposed location is 71 Main Street, located in Egremont, Mass. They are seeking a retail license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. I am not aware of any additional conditions requested on this license, but are there comments or questions before I ask for a motion? Commissioner McBride, then would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to New Green LLC, MRN 282969?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Title, would you second the motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner McBride made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Title. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to New Green LLC, MRN 282969. Thank you. Next slide, please. Thank you, Erica. Next, we have 2 applications from New Leaf Enterprises Incorporated, MRN 283203 and MRN 283204, both retail licenses. These applications were expedited due to the status of the applicant as a social equity program participant. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And it's just as a note, these 2 retail applications are located at different locations. So we would, I recommend that we do them separately.
That's fine. Go ahead then, please. Start with them. 283203.
Yes, sir. The applicant here is New Leaf Enterprises Incorporated. The proposed location is 360 2nd Street, located in Fall River, Mass. They are seeking a retail license. Again, they are an expedited applicant due to their social equity participant status. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Mr. Potvin. Commissioner Title has requested an additional condition on this license, which is to revise the diversity plan to include measurable goals. Are there any other comments or questions? Okay, then Commissioner Title, can I ask you please to make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to New Leaf Enterprises Incorporated, MRN 283203, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Title?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner McBride, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show Commissioner Title made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to New Leaf Enterprises, MRN 283203, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Title. Thank you. Mr. Potvin, New Leaf Enterprises Incorporated, MRN 283204, also retail?
Yes, sir. Thank you. The applicant here is New Leaf Enterprises Incorporated. The proposed location for this retail operation is 2629 South Main Street, located in Fall River, Mass. There's additional information contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. Commissioner Title has also requested the same additional condition on this license, which again is to revise the diversity plan to include measurable goals. Are there any other comments or questions before I ask for a motion? Commissioner McBride, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to New Leaf Enterprises Incorporated MRN 283204, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Title?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Title, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show Commissioner McBride made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Title. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote, please.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to New Leaf Enterprises Incorporated, MRN 283204, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Title. Next, all three of these are co-located for the patient-centric, Mr. Hoffman?
No, sir. The first two, the cultivation of product manufacturer.
I'm sorry, I had that in my notes. Thank you. So let's go through the first two. Patient-centric to Martha's Vineyard Limited, MCN 283347, Tier 1 indoor cultivation, and NPN 281747, product manufacturer. These applications were expedited due to the fact that the applicant is the MTC status of the applicant. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is patient-centric of Martha's Vineyard Limited. The proposed location for these two operations on 90 Dr. Fisher Road, located in West Tisbury, Mass. The two licenses being sought are a Tier 1 indoor cultivation license and a product manufacturing license. These applications did receive priority review due to their MTC status. There's additional information contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. With that said, commission staff do recommend the issuance of two provisional licenses subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Mr. Potvin. I'm not aware of any additional conditions requested on these two applications, but are there comments or questions? Then could I ask for a motion, please, Commissioner Flanagan, to approve the staff recommendation to issue provisional license to licenses to Patient-Centric of Martha's Vineyard Limited, MCN 282347 and NPN 281747.
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Title, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Flanagan made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Title. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue two provisional licenses to Patient-Centric of Martha's Vineyard Limited, MCN 282347, NPN 281747. Thank you. Next is Patient-Centric of Martha's Vineyard Limited, MRN 282947 retail. Mr. Potvin, again, this is expedited based upon their MTC status. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, the applicant here is Patient-Centric of Martha's Vineyard Limited. The proposed location is 510 State Road, located in West Tisbury, Mass. They are seeking a retail license. They also did receive MTC priority review for this application. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you. And as an additional note, this application, as well as the previous two, will be the first licenses in Dukes County, as a note.
No, I should have made that comment. Thank you very much for pointing that out. I'm not aware of any conditions additional conditions that have been requested on this license. Are there any comments or questions before I ask for a motion? Okay, Commissioner McBride, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Patient-Centric of Martha's Vineyard Limited, MRN 282947?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Title, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show Commissioner McBride made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Title. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner McBride. Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Patient-Centric of Martha's Vineyard Limited, MRN 282947. Thank you. Next up are two licenses from Peak Limited LLC, MCN 282217, Tier 2 Indoor Cultivation, and MPN 281707, Product Manufacturer. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Also, as a note on these two applications, they're at separate locations, so we do them separate.
No, let's go. I mentioned at the beginning, I think that for, unless there are separate conditions, we'll do all applications for one entity together. So if you need to go through two separate summaries, that's fine, but go ahead. I
can summarize both. It's only one difference.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. The applicant here is Peak Limited LLC. Their proposed location for their cultivation facility is 114 Jewett Street, located in Georgetown. Their proposed location for their product manufacturing application is 113 Jewett Street, located in Georgetown. They are seeking a Tier 2 indoor cultivation license as well as a product manufacturing license. There's additional information contained within the executive summaries for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of two provisional licenses subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. I am not aware of any requests for additional conditions on these licenses, but could I ask, are there any questions or comments before I ask for a motion? Okay, thank you. Commissioner McBride, would you make a motion, please, to approve the staff recommendation to issue provisional licenses to Peak Limited LLC, MCN 282217 and MPN 281707?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Flanagan, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner McBride made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Flanagan. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote?
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Title?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the Commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue two provisional licenses to Peak Limited LLC, MCN 282217, MPN 281707. Thank you. Next up are two from Royal Hemp LLC. First is MPN 281741, product manufacturer. Second is MRN 282799, retail. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is Royal Hemp LLC. Their proposed location is 660 Cheshire Road, located in Landsborough, Mass. They are seeking a product manufacturing license as well as a retail license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. With that said, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of two provisional licenses subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. Commissioner Title has requested an additional condition on these two licenses, which is revised diversity plan goal to employ 20% or more women and or veterans in retail and management positions to be clearer and objectively reasonable, including how this goal applies to a product manufacturing license, and to specify the basis for the indication that the annual advertisements in the Berkshire Eagle and the Pittsfield Gazette are a way to recruit women and veterans. Are there any other comments or questions or requests for additional conditions on this license? And could I ask Commissioner McBride, would you make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue provisional licenses to Royal Hemp LLC, MPN 281741 and MRN 282799, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Title?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Title, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show Commissioner McBride made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Title. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote?
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Title?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the Commission unanimously approve the issuance of two provisional licenses to Royal Hemp LLC, MPN 281741 and MRN 282799, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioner Title. Thank you. Next are two applications from Salisbury Cultivation and Product Manufacturing LLC, MCN 282530, which is Tier 3 indoor cultivation, and MPN 281819, product manufacturer. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is Salisbury Cultivation and Product Manufacturing LLC. They are proposing to do business as Root and Bloom. The proposed location is 187 Lafayette Road, located in Salisbury, Mass. The two licenses being sought are a Tier 3 indoor cultivation license as well as a product manufacturing license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. With that said, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of 2 provisional licenses subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. I'm not aware of any additional conditions requested on these 2 applications, but are there other questions or comments before I ask for a motion? Okay, then Commissioner Flanagan, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue provisional licenses to Salisbury Cultivation and Product Manufacturing LLC, MCN 282530 and MPN 281819?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Title, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show Commissioner Flanagan made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Title. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the issuance of 2 provisional licenses to Salisbury Cultivation and Product Manufacturing LLC, MCN 282530 and MPN 281819. Thank you. Next, there are 2 applications from Salty Farmers LLC, MCN 282276, which is Tier 1 Indoor Cultivation, and MRN 282640 Retail. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is Salty Farmers LLC. Their proposed cultivation location is 120 Holmes Road, located in Eastham. Their proposed location for their retail operation is 182 Brackett Road, located in Eastham. They are seeking a Tier 1 indoor cultivation license as well as a retail license. Additional information is contained within the executive summaries for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of 2 provisional licenses subject to the conditions before you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. I am not aware of any additional requests for additional conditions on these licenses. Are there any questions or comments though before I ask for a motion? Commissioner McBride, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue provisional licenses to Salty Farmers LLC, MCN 282276 and MRN 282640?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Title, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show Commissioner McBride made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Title. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the issuance of 2 provisional licenses to Salty Farmers LLC, MCN 282276 and MRN 282640. Thank you. Next up are 3 applications from Solarge Incorporated, MCN 281300, which is Tier 3 Indoor Cultivation, MPN 281591 Product Manufacturer, and MRN 282372 Retail. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is Solarge Incorporated. The proposed location is 650 Bellew Street, located in Holyoke. They are seeking a Tier 3 indoor cultivation license, product manufacturing license, and a retail license. There's additional information contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of 3 provisional licenses subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much. I am not aware of any conditions being requested, additional conditions being requested on these licenses, but are there questions or comments? Okay, thank you. Commissioner Todd, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue provisional licenses to Solarge Incorporated, MCN 281300, MPN 281591, and MRN 282372?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner McBride, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show Commissioner McBride made the motion to approve, Commissioner Title made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue 3 provisional licenses to Solarge Incorporated, MCN 281300, MPN 281591, MRN 282372. Thank you. Next up are 4 applications from 1010 LLC, MCN 282523, MCN 282524, MPN 281809, and MRN 283165. I will note that the second of these applications, the Tier 3 outdoor cultivation, was expedited based upon the type of license being sought. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is 1010 LLC. The proposed location is 775 North Main Street, located in Sheffield, Mass. They are seeking 4 licenses: a Tier 3 indoor cultivation license, a Tier 3 outdoor cultivation license, a product manufacturing license, and a retail license. And as you alluded to, Mr. Chairman, their outdoor cultivation application did receive expedited review based on its license type. All other 3 applications received were general applications. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. With that said, commission staff do recommend the issuance of 4 provisional licenses subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Mr. Potvin. I am not aware of any additional conditions requested on these 4 licenses, but are there any questions or comments? Commissioner Tarl, then would you please make a motion to approve the 4 provisional licenses recommended by the staff for 1010 LLC, MCN 282-523, MCN 282-524, MPN 281-809, and MRN 283-165?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner McBride, would you second that, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show Commissioner Tittle made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote, please.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride,
Aye.
Commissioner Tittle,
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue 4 provisional licenses to 1010 LLC, MCN 282-523, MCN 282-524, MPN 281-809, MRN 283-165. I feel an obligation to make a comment here before we move on. This applicant, as I think many people are aware, was denied a previous license application. They went back to square one, essentially, and I think made the necessary investment in understanding the regulations and developing applications consistent with those. My job is to root for the success of the industry, not for any particular participant, but I did want to acknowledge and wish the best of luck to this applicant for making the necessary investment to get it right. So good luck. Next up are 2 applications for the Botanist Incorporated. I'm sure they're at separate locations, but again, let's do them jointly. They're both retail applications. MRN 282-160. Second is MRN 282-186. Mr. Potvin, these are both expedited based upon status as MTC status. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is the Botanist Incorporated. They are seeking 2 retail licenses. 1 retail license will operate from 65 Pullman Street, located in Worcester, Mass. The second retail license would operate from 235 Hartford Turnpike, located in Shrewsbury, Mass. As you alluded to, Mr. Chairman, they did receive MTC priority review of both applications. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. With that said, commission staff do recommend the issuance of 2 provisional licenses subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. I am not aware of any additional conditions requested on these licenses, but are there any comments or questions before I ask for a motion? Okay, then Commissioner Tittle, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue 2 provisional licenses to the Botanist Incorporated, MRN 282-160 and MRN 282-186?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner McBride, would you second that motion?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Tittle made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Tittle.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue 2 provisional licenses to the Botanist Incorporated, MRN 282-160 and MRN 282-186. Thank you very much. Next slide, please. For those of you that are following us at home, this is the last page of the provisional licenses. So let's keep going. Next license is the Fresh Connection Boston LLC, MCN 281-442, Tier 2 Indoor Cultivation. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is the Fresh Connection Boston LLC. The proposed location is 175-195 Kimball Street, located in Fitchburg. They are seeking a Tier 2 indoor cultivation license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. With that said, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Mr. Potvin. I am not aware of any additional conditions requested on this license application, but are there comments or questions before I ask for a motion? And Commissioner Flanagan, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to the Fresh Connection Boston LLC, MPN 281442?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Title, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show Commissioner Flanagan made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Title. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman. Aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to the Fresh Connection Boston LLC, MCN 281442. The next looks like it has some shared ownership, but they're a separate LLC, so we'll do them separately. Mr. Potvin, is that right?
That is, sir.
Okay, so let's start with the High End Chocolate Company LLC, MPN 281656, which is product manufacturer. This application was expedited due to the status as a disadvantaged business enterprise. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is the High End Chocolate Company LLC. They're proposing to do business as the High End. The proposed location here is 110 Winter Street, located in Holyoke, Mass. They are seeking a product manufacturing license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. With that said, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Mr. Potvin. I am not aware of any additional conditions requested on this license, but are there questions or comments before I ask for a motion? Commissioner Flanagan, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to High End Chocolate Company LLC, MPN 281656?
So moved.
Commissioner McBride, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show Commissioner Flanagan made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to the High End Chocolate Company LLC, MPN 281656. Next is the High End Wellness Company LLC, MRN 282666 Retail. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is the High End Wellness Company LLC. The proposed location is 384 Dwight Street, located in Holyoke, Mass. They're seeking a retail license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. With that said, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. I am not aware again of any requests for additional conditions on this license, but are there questions or comments before I ask for a motion? Mr. Tyler, would you then please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to the High End Wellness Company LLC, MRN 282666?
So moved.
Thank you. And Commissioner McBride, would you second that motion?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Title made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to the High End Wellness Company LLC, MRN 282666. Next, we have two applications from the Hubcraft LLC, MCN 282323, which is Tier 3 Indoor Cultivation, and MPN 281740, Product Manufacturer. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is the Hubcraft LLC. The proposed location is 25 Newport Street, located in Fitchburg, Mass. They are seeking to obtain two licenses, a Tier 3 indoor cultivation license, as well as a product manufacturing license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. With that said, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of two provisional licenses subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Mr. Potvin. Commissioner Flanagan has requested an additional condition on these two licenses, which is to eliminate the mayoral recommendation for the community board. Are there any other comments or questions or requests for conditions on these licenses?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Commissioner Flanagan.
I'd just like to clarify, my condition is based upon the conversation that this body had with regards to the creation of a community board in the city of Fitchburg. And at the time, the mayor was going to have multiple appointees to the board, and it was decided that he would no longer have those appointments. So inconsistent with that, I'd like to ensure that the recommendations made for the board do not come from the mayor.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that clarification. Are there any other questions or comments? Then Commissioner Flanagan, if you would, could you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue provisional licenses to the Hubcraft LLC, MCN 282323 and MPN 281740, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Flanagan? Commissioner Flanagan, would you make that motion, please?
Oh, so moved.
Thank you. And Commissioner McBride, would you second that motion?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Flanagan made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue 2 provisional licenses to the Hubcraft LLC, MCN 282323 and MPN 281740, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Flanagan. Next up is Tree Market Taunton LLC, MRN 281597, retail. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is Tree Market Taunton LLC. The proposed location is 9 Cape Road, located in Taunton, Mass. They are seeking a retail license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. With that said, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much. I am aware, Commissioner Flanagan has requested the following clarifications as an additional condition on this license. First, clarification on the informational seminars, how many, what specific topics. Secondly, clarification about notices. Will they be posted 2 weeks or 2 months or 2 weeks ahead of event? Are there any other questions, comments, or proposed conditions on this application? Then Commissioner Title, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Tree Market Taunton LLC, MRN 281597, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Flanagan?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner McBride, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let's record show Commissioner Title made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote?
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Title?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Tree Market Taunton LLC, MRN 281597, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Flanagan. Next up is Union Leaf Incorporated, MRN 282570. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is Union Leaf Incorporated. The proposed location is 71-72 Union Square, located in Somerville, Mass. They are seeking a retail license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. With that said, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. I'm not aware of any additional conditions requested on this license, but are there comments or questions before I ask for a motion? Then if you wouldn't mind, please, Commissioner McBride, could you make a motion, please, to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Union Leaf Incorporated, MRN 282570?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Title, would you second that motion?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show Commissioner McBride made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Title. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote, please.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Was that an aye? I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear that.
Yes, aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Union Leaf Incorporated, MRN 282570. Thank you. Next up is Vulcan LLC, MRN 282925. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is Vulcan LLC. They're proposing to do business as Dreamer. The proposed location is 15 College Highway, Unit G2, located in Southampton, Mass. They are seeking a retail license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Mr. Potvin. I'm not aware of any additional conditions being requested on this license, but are there comments or questions before I ask for a motion? Then Commissioner McBride, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Vulcan LLC, MRN 22925?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Tittle, would you second that motion?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner McBride made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Tittle. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote, please.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride,
Aye.
Commissioner Tittle,
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the Commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Vulcan LLC, MRN 282925. Thank you. Next and last is Theory Wellness Incorporated, which is a vertically integrated medical marijuana treatment center. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is Theory Wellness Incorporated. Their proposed location for their cultivation and product manufacturing operations is 1050 Elm Street, located in Bridgewater, Mass. Their location for their dispensing operations is 672 Fuller Road, located in Chicopee, Mass. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. With that said, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much. I'm not aware of any additional conditions being requested on this license, but are there comments or questions before I ask for a motion? And Commissioner Flanagan, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Theory Wellness Incorporated for a vertically integrated medical marijuana treatment center?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Tittle, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show Commissioner Flanagan made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Tittle. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride,
Aye.
Commissioner Tittle,
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the Commission unanimously approved the issuance or the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Theory Wellness Incorporated for vertically integrated medical marijuana treatment center. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Potvin, is that it?
That's it for today, sir.
Okay, I think it's important for me to make sure you understand that it is not necessary. We appreciate the productivity. I appreciate the fact that there's no almost no backlog in the review process. All that is really wonderful, but I really want to just make you understand that it is absolutely not necessary to break a record every time we have a meeting.
I will keep that in mind, but I have to say that our entire team is being very, very productive during these times, so I can't promise that.
Okay, no, I understand that, and I do want to thank you and everybody on your team. It's been remarkable in terms of how much work has been done, and it's both noticed and greatly appreciated.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We have the next agenda item is a Commission discussion and votes. There is only one topic in this section of the agenda. We are required by legislation to submit a report to the legislature examining the feasibility of alternative tax structures. I want to thank our Chief Operating Officer, Alyssa Stack, and our Director of Research, Julie Johnson, who really pushed this forward. We worked with KPMG, and I want to just recognize that they did a really marvelous job as well. And I just noticed a request from one of my commissioners. So before we get into this, let's take a 7-minute break. It's 2:13. Let's reconvene at 2:20, and we're in recess until then. Thank you. Okay, it's 2:20, so let's get back into session. Commissioners Title, McBride, and Flanagan, you all there?
Yes.
Thank you. Let me just repeat what I was just saying before we went on that quick recess. We are required legislatively by law to file a report to the legislature examining the feasibility of alternative tax structures. I wanted to thank our Chief of Staff, Alyssa Stack, and our Director of Research, Dr. Julie Johnson, who really led this effort in collaboration with KPMG. We also had some substantial involvement from the Department of Revenue, and I want to thank Commissioner Snyder for his participation and the participation of his staff. I want to make it very clear that the requirement is that we examine the feasibility of alternative tax structures. We are not making a recommendation to the legislature on alternative tax structures. That clearly is the responsibility of the legislature, not the commission. So this just examines the feasibility of these alternative tax structures. Dr. Johnson, are you on?
I am, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. So I would ask you to walk through the proposed report. The commission has had a chance to hear from KPMG as well as read the draft final report. So I'm not sure that it's necessary to go through the report as much as just make sure people understand the process and to make yourself available to answer questions that any of the commissioners might have. Is that
Yeah,
okay?
absolutely. Absolutely.
Please proceed.
Oh, sorry, what's it?
I said, please proceed.
Okay, so this is a pretty brief update. So to kind of reiterate what you said, Mr. Chairman, to fulfill our legislative mandate in accordance with the enabling legislation, Chapter 55 of the Acts of 2017, Section 63, the Massachusetts Cannabis Control Commission worked with the Department of Revenue to assess the feasibility of alternative tax schemes for calculating taxes on cannabis and cannabis products. Led by our COO, the Commission first contracted with an external research group, KPMG LLC, to conduct the econometric analysis on various tax structures based on historic data sales in Massachusetts and alternative tax structures as an assessment of other legalized states, as seen in the report's appendix. From these assessments, the Commission, in collaboration with the DOR, Department of Revenue, then assessed the feasibility of their potential implementation as well as effects on varying stakeholders, as seen in the first part of this report in the feasibility assessment. KPMG first assessed varying tax scheme based on price, weight, and THC potency, as well as hybrid models. Although all of the varying tax schemes assessed could feasibly be implemented in Massachusetts, analyses suggest that the current 20% tax rate, including a 6.25 sales tax, 10.75 excise tax, and up to 3% local tax, is inelastic, meaning prices are stable right now, and thus within the optimal range for revenue and feasibility in Massachusetts. In keeping the current inelastic 20% tax rate, the study's forecast analyses show that annual tax sales in Massachusetts have the potential right now to reach $1 billion in revenue by June 2021, generating an annual tax revenue of approximately $200 million annually. Any change to the current tax structure is projected to result in marginal tax revenue changes, and importantly could cause disruption to the still new and maturing market, including but not limited to price disruptions, costly complexities in administration and enforcement, and costs of the new cannabis industry, and potentially also encourage consumers to pursue illicit market sources. In this report, based on this comprehensive assessment, we state that we recommend that no changes be made to the current taxation rate, but while also stating that both the Commission and the Massachusetts Department of Revenue defer to the legislature to determine tax rates. Although we kind of made this assessment, we note that a reassessment of tax schemes may be warranted as the market matures and surrounding states enact varying cannabis policies as well in the future.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson. Let me turn it over to my fellow commissioners. Are there any questions for Dr. Johnson, Alyssa, myself on this study? I was involved pretty actively in this study myself, just because I'm a former econometrician by training. So I just had fun working with Julie and with Alyssa and the KPMG folks on this. But any questions or comments or ask for a motion? Okay.
You let me off easy.
Yeah, we'll get to the next time you come by, Julie.
Okay.
Then I guess I would like to ask, please, for a motion to approve the report as written to be submitted to the legislature. Can I have such a motion, please, Commissioner Title?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner McBride, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Title made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Title?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission unanimously approved the report to be delivered to the legislature on the feasibility of alternative tax structures. Again, my thanks to Alyssa, Julie, and the folks at KPMG and our colleagues at the Department of Revenue. Let's keep going, please. As I mentioned, I wanted to go through not just the next meeting that we're going to have, the next normally scheduled commission meeting, but also how the regulatory process will play out as well during the same time frame. So if we could go to the next slide, please, Erica. So we were for a while thinking that today, when we had our regularly scheduled meeting, that we could do both the normal business of the commission as well as review and discuss and vote on draft regulations. Clearly, given the amount of material that was involved and on both, preparing for today as well as for the review of the draft regulations, we decided we had to separate those. So we now have a public meeting. It is scheduled for July 20th. It will be remotely conducted through Microsoft Teams, and we will at that meeting discuss and vote on draft regulations. As soon as we have approved the draft regulations, the public comment period will open. So it should be the same day, July 20th. We do not have a specific date yet, but during the week of October 3rd, we will have a virtual public hearing that we invite people to participate in to comment on the proposed regulations. We will have our normal regularly scheduled commission meeting in just about a month on August 6th. On August 14th, the public comment period will end, and we will, at that point, start the process of reading and compiling all the comments we've received as part of thinking of considering changes that we should make to our draft regulations based upon those comments. I've said this before many times. I'll say it again. I strongly urge anybody that's interested to either make public comments and submit them to the commission and/or to participate in the public hearings. In the past rounds of regulatory, first regulations that were developed, as well as regulatory adjustments, in every case we have made non-trivial changes to our draft regulations based upon what we have heard in the public comment period and the public hearing. So please participate in one or both of those ways to give input and feedback to the commission so that we can do the best job possible in terms of the final regulations that we'll develop. We will have another regularly scheduled commission meeting on the 10th September, and then based upon review of the public comments, we will discuss and vote on final regulations on September 24th. So just want to make sure everybody's aware of the timeline on both regular commission meetings as well as the regulatory process. And again, I urge people to participate in one or both parts of that process. Commissioner Flanagan, or do you wish to say something? I'm sorry, I just saw you pop up on the screen. I thought, no problem. So that's that. There's one other thing before we move on, which is that I hate to put you on the spot, Commissioner Title, but you had mentioned that there's a possibility that you would like to raise a topic that I was unaware of at the time this agenda was finalized. Is that still your desire?
Yes.
Okay, then please go ahead.
Thank you. So the ask here is I'd like to invite the other commissioners to join me in making a request to the legislature to allow us to apply donations and fines to our equity efforts. So if you followed the meeting today, it will make sense to you. We discussed not having enough resources for our equity program as it grows, and we discussed several fines. And just to explain the timing, when I received those materials, saw the fines, that's when I wanted to have this discussion. And so I sent a memo a couple of days ago that I'll recap now. But I appreciate the flexibility, Mr. Chairman, in putting this on the agenda, and the flexibility of Commissioners McBride and Flanagan for having this discussion. So let me recap. So I mentioned this morning that I have not raised this concern before during my term, but I feel that in my observation and judgment, our existing efforts to meet our social justice related obligations under the law and what we have already committed to doesn't have adequate financial support and resources to maintain them, particularly attracting and retaining staff to focus on these obligations. And so that goes for even if we receive the full budgeted amount that we asked for, let alone what we discussed this morning, where we very well may not. So this is pretty urgent and serious, and I don't feel that I can do my job or the commission can meet its obligations or the Commonwealth can fulfill its commitments without dedicating more resources to the social equity program itself, the measurement and evaluation, and the associated outreach. I want to underscore what Commissioner McBride said earlier about investing in evaluation and making these decisions based on data and backing up what we are saying, not just saying that we're doing programs, but backing it up with real data. And that is really what this is about. That's exactly the point here. I also want to underscore what Sean said earlier and what Commissioner Flanagan has said many times, which is that when a cohort completes the program, it doesn't end there. We want to continue to support them, and we want to continue to evaluate the outcomes. And that means the support that we need to provide will grow with each cohort. And then finally, Mr. Chairman, I want to underscore what you said earlier about the tax revenue. What you said or alluded to, which is that our obligations under the law are meant to be covered by cannabis tax revenue, and that tax revenue is still coming in. And that's a conversation that we may need to have with regard to our social equity related efforts, but this request right now is actually easier. This is about fines and donations specifically. So one already reviewed mechanism that would allow us to apply fines like the ones we issued today and donations like the ones that licensees have committed already through their positive impact plan that are now sitting in escrow, or that licensees have committed to in pursuit of a leadership rating. We could take those donations and we could use them for our equity efforts. And Chapter 94G, Section 4 already specifically allows us to do that, to take funds and to use them, but we lack the actual mechanism to create the account. So I discussed in the memo that I sent a bill, which I sent to each of you. Granted, that bill was sent to study back in February when the world looked very different, but it's relevant because it outlines a mechanism that has been reviewed by our staff. And so the issue isn't the bill, but it's the mechanism that the bill includes, which would allow us to take the fines, take the donations. At this point, if we had used either just the donations or just the fines that we've issued, we could have at least doubled or tripled our social equity program budget. And we could have moved on to outreach and very sophisticated measurement and evaluation that we haven't been able to do yet to date. So I think it is incumbent upon us, particularly at this moment when leaders at all levels, including us, are being very thoughtful about how we can be more equitable in our decision making and policy making, that we should point out this technical challenge to the legislators who charged our agency with meeting these goals, and specifically included that the commission should be able to accept funds and use them. because if we don't tell them, they're never going to know. So that is my request. I'm flexible on what the actual letter would look like. I think we could probably just take the letter that we wrote about host community agreements and adapt it. I think that was very appropriate in its tone and just wanting to inform the legislature about the new circumstances. But again, I'm flexible on that. So I'd ask you to support me in making this request. And if you are unwilling to support me by making this request, then I would ask in your judgment and your expertise what your alternative suggestion is to ensure that the social equity program participants and staff who run the program are sufficiently supported with adequate resources.
Thank you, Commissioner Title. Any comments or responses to that, or questions that people have for Commissioner Title?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Commissioner Flanagan.
Mr. Chairman, there are a lot of things to be said about the proposal before us. Some that have to do with the equity program, others that do not have to do with the equity program. And I think it's important to understand the distinction between the two. The last line of the memo says that this issue is urgent enough for us to take the unusual step of directly making a request to the legislature as an agency. And I'd like to point out that we've been asked time and again over the last 3 years to make requests to the legislature. I voted against them every time. I don't think it's our place as an agency to request the legislature to do anything. If we'd like to partner with them on specific pieces of legislation, then that's one thing. If we choose not to, then that's another. However, the oath that we took to uphold this agency and to stand up the cannabis industry in Massachusetts really tasked us with being regulators and making sure that we have operators in place and we have businesses in place that are upholding our regulations. At the same time, I understand that we have many requirements that came from the legislature, the social equity program, the public awareness campaign, the research agenda that we have, all of which require multiple resources. I would like to understand why, and I am appreciative of the fact that Commissioner Title explained why she felt this was a last-minute memo, because we were assessing fines on multiple companies, but the reality is we've been assessing fines over the years. This isn't the first time that we've been assessing those fines. So this issue has been on the table for the last 17 months. Asking this agency and asking us commissioners to support a bill that was filed back in January of 19, had a hearing in October of 2019, was sent to study on February 20th, and then sent to a study order with 45 other bills on February 24th, to me is a little late in the game. The legislature, by history, finishes up their legislative session July 31st. We don't know what this year means. We don't know if they're going to extend it. It's unprecedented for them to go past July 31st for any reason. And I have a hard time believing that a bill that was sent to study 5 months ago is suddenly going to come to fruition and be at the forefront of any type of an agenda. Having said that, I could very well be wrong. I only spent 22 years in the building, so I might have missed something over the years. But I think that as a body, it's important for us to balance everything we're required to do. And I want to say that I appreciate the work of Executive Director Collins. I appreciate the work of our staff. I think it's important to note that today we have the largest number of licenses on our agenda than we've had since our inception. And that's to the credit of the licensing team and the work that they're doing, especially given the fact that they're working from home. So you can understand the difficulties that come with that. Having said that, I really think it's important that we as an agency and as commissioners start to prioritize different actions that we take. By statute, we operate under the open meeting law. The four of us are not going to collaborate on anything. It was not the way it was meant to be organized. I've said time and again, I said it today, transparency is there, but the productivity not necessarily, because under the open meeting law, we have to post agendas, we have to have public meetings, We can't have conversations behind closed doors. And I think that's for a reason. And I think that the people of Massachusetts have been assured by not only you, Mr. Chairman, but this entire body, that we would conduct our business transparently. Having said that, I think that this is probably the third or fourth time something has been placed on our agenda at the last minute. And I don't think that's transparent. I think that circumvents the entire process. I don't believe that receiving a memo 3 days before a licensing meeting with 70 some odd provisionals on the agenda is really in the spirit of working together to try to get things done. I think that it's important that people understand, as you said today, and it was said by a couple of commissioners, that we've prioritized equity. That is one of the basis, not only of our mission statement, but of the work that we've done. And of course, we need more resources. I'd love money for the research team so that we can access all kinds of data that we don't have right now. But there are 2 bills pending on Beacon Hill to try to help us do that. I would love the fact that if we had more money for our equity program so that our equity team could expand. We don't have that at this moment in time, and I don't see that coming anytime soon. I can appreciate the fact that we do have a mechanism where people could donate to the fund where they have in the beginning. I don't know the last time I saw a positive impact plan where people were going to donate to that fund, but the legislature knows that there's a technical fix. There's a reason why there's a cannabis committee. And I'm sure that the chairman understand the needs of this committee because all of us have met with them. We've had conversations with them over the last couple of years, which is important to try to work with our colleagues in the legislature to accomplish the goals that we were given. However, at the same time, I really think that we need to be realistic about where we are, what we hope to have here in the agency versus what we're given in the agency or the resources that we have. We need to really work within our means. We need to come up with creative ways to be able to do everything that we've been tasked with doing and do it well. And I think that given the staff that we have, we've been doing that. They work immensely, they work tirelessly to ensure that they're able to fulfill their roles in the agency and in the programs that we're trying to grow and expand. I'm not prepared to vote on this today. I don't think that we were given enough time. I don't think there's been enough of a discussion. We can certainly talk about it today, but I don't think that it fits into the budgetary process. This is something that we could have talked about from January until now. And I don't understand at the last minute why this needs to have such immediate attention and why this needs the to be an item on an agenda that we were not prepared for. So I think that going forward, there certainly can be discussions, and you've asked the executive director for his analysis of what happens if we don't receive the funding we ask for. I think also, given the fact that we have an outreach team, and yes, we had someone who just recently left, but we also have a person there who has worked amazingly well since she came here, and unfortunately wasn't able to be in the physical office too long before we got sent home. But I think, you know, we're on track to be able to reach out to people. One of my biggest concerns was that we were not reaching enough people and we weren't doing it in the right way. Because I would love for people across the Commonwealth to be part of this program and not just the people in the eastern part of the state, that I do think we need to really reevaluate how we operate, especially the equity program, not just because we have additional people being added to it or requesting to be part of it, but because we really want to be inclusive of everybody. And I think that that's going to take time. We're still 3 years old. We still have not been here for quite a bit of time. We've been very fortunate that the legislature was amenable to our requests in the first year and a half, certainly to get us up and operating. But I think now that we're an established agency, we also need to start to work within our means and to make sure that we're able to do what we need to do with what we have. It's not perfect. It's not something that's easy to do, but that's what happens in government. You're given a set allotment of money and you have to figure out how to use that money. We can't keep going back and asking for more money or asking for more staff or trying to expand when we don't have the resources to do so. So I have a lot of concerns about this memo. Mr. Chairman, I hope that going forward, there's an evaluation on whether or not to place things on the agenda at the last minute, rather than push them off to the next meeting when they're actually agenda items that we have time to digest. And I really hope that this does not pass today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Flanagan. I appreciate that. Appreciate the thoughtfulness there. Commissioner McBride, do you have comments?
I do. I'm pretty frustrated that an issue that's as important as social equity and as important to get right and being watched as closely as social equity is being presented in this way. We received this the day before yesterday, after the meeting agenda had been posted, as you pointed out, Mr. Chair, and as Commissioner Flanagan, Commissioner Title pointed out. And the way that the memo we received on Tuesday is drafted, it appears to me to be a fairly substantive policy consideration. And I don't think that any of us can argue that, given the comments of Commissioner Title and Commissioner Flanagan moments ago. It's a policy discussion that would result in a request to the legislature. And in order to have that conversation, I think, as you said earlier today during our brief conversation about the budget, that it is a conversation that requires appropriate staff preparation ahead of time, but perhaps more importantly for our purposes right now at this moment, commissioner preparation. I don't think that we are prepared to have this conversation today. We're asking the legislature to change the law in some fashion to divert money that would otherwise go into the marijuana regulation fund, either by supporting a specific bill or by seeking a change in another vehicle. Then these are more than just points of information for us. These are the relevant questions that the legislature should and would ask about what we're doing. So for instance, the memo makes statements and references data points that include things like the feedback from our first cohort of SEP participants has been very positive. I am glad to hear that, but I ask the question, is there room for improvement and what resources would that take? I heard an example earlier today from our executive director, for instance, that we are reducing our vendors in the social equity program from 6 to 3. That's new information to me. I don't know why we're reducing that number, but is it because vendors have walked away, or is it because we've decided based on evaluations or based on observations or otherwise that some of the vendors provide a better curriculum than others? What did we get with the money that we committed? And if we're going to commit more or ask the legislature again to divert something like fines from the marijuana regulation fund to another established, and I'm not going to argue it's not needed and not a necessary fund, but if we're going to be making that request, what are we basing that on? What are we committing to? And what is the plan for how we're going to use that money? Again, these are not just considerations for us, they're things that we're going to be asked. The memo points out that our cohort of social equity program participants is growing, which is fantastic. What's our scalability? How much is that going to cost? How do we maintain or improve the quality of our instruction as the number of participants grows? And again, that's a conversation worth having, but it requires data points, it requires information. I don't know that we have that data today. After receiving this memo the day before yesterday, I asked, what the data points were of people in our office, of our staff, and I wasn't surprised to, kind of hear back that these are things that we need to develop. So, I mean, all of this just it falls into the bucket of we're not prepared to have a substantive conversation today. If this had been received prior to 2 days ago, maybe we'd be in a different, if it had been received a week ago, maybe we'd be in a different place. But my preference here is that we be given adequate time to be prepared to have substantive conversations on things that are as important as these types of requests. And I will echo Commissioner Flanagan's sentiments in saying that I'm increasingly concerned about a pattern that we have fallen into where it seems that it has become as common as not that substantive matters are circulated for deliberation to the commission after an agenda has been posted. That does a disservice to us. It does a disservice to our staff that spends incredible amounts of time preparing for these discussions. And I don't blame them for being frustrated with people like me who, upon getting a memo a day and a half ahead of time, are then fishing around and being like, where is this information? If I'm going to be asked to make a decision about this, I need to have more information here. I don't blame them for being frustrated in getting that kind of having that kind of interaction. So I do not think that we are prepared to have this discussion today. And if we end up moving towards having a vote about whether to support a specific piece of legislation or whether to support another vehicle, I'm going to abstain from that vote because I'm not in a position to be able to take a knowledgeable vote. I do not want to come across as disagreeing with the need for additional resources, certainly for the establishment of the social equity fund that we have talked about to place those donations into. But at the same time, I need more information and more knowledge to be able to proceed with having a conversation that I think is worthy of the importance of this topic. So.
Thank you very much, Commissioner McBride. I would like to make a few comments myself. First of all, I hear from both Commissioners Flanagan and McBride and accept the feedback about having things put on the agenda at the last minute without allowing for sufficient preparation time, whether it's just thought time for the commissioners or time for the staff to do appropriate analysis. And I plead guilty. My philosophy has been and continues to be that while I have the authority to set the agenda, I want to treat my fellow commissioners with the utmost respect, and when they request something, my inclination is to try to accommodate that request. That being said, I hear the feedback, I hear the frustration, and I commit to address it. This part of the agenda, which is, as you can see on the slide, business as chair did not anticipate at the time of the agenda posting, I think is primarily designed for true emergencies where, we can't afford to wait till the next regularly scheduled meeting to address an issue. I think we need to treat it more like it's intended rather than, as I said, have things come on at the last minute. And so I commit to my fellow commissioners to hear their feedback and to address it in terms of how we put things on the agenda, and to ensure that whatever is on the agenda is done with sufficiently time for both the analytic support necessary as well as for the thought and deliberation time for the commissioners. So I hear that feedback and I accept that feedback. Thank you for that. Second, I agree with Commissioner McBride's comments that this is an important issue. This is a policy issue. I truly believe that to the extent we want to make a case for additional funding for the social equity program, it has to be supported by here's explicitly what we'll do with it, here's explicitly what benefits we, and more importantly, our constituencies will receive from that. And I believe that's an important conversation. I believe that's a conversation that requires both analysis on the part of the staff that they have not had the opportunity to perform, as well as reflection for each of us, and then I think an appropriate public debate. So my strong request, Commissioner Title, is that you allow me to make you a commitment that those things will happen. The research, the analysis, the lead time afforded to all the commissioners to delve into this and to structure their thinking about it. and have it as a formal part of a subsequent meeting's agenda. I think that you can recognize that if we put this to a vote today, it's not going to pass because people are just not prepared to vote on it. And my strong recommendation is that we not seek a vote on this today, but that you accept my commitment to put this on with the appropriate lead time and the appropriate analytical support on a subsequent agenda. Commissioner Title.
I appreciate that, and I appreciate that you have listened to everyone and offered that, and I hear you making a strong recommendation. I'm going to decline. I'm going to ask that my motion be voted on, and I'd like a moment to respond to the comments. First, first let me say I appreciate that I haven't heard any substantive objections to the idea, which is good. I think that's promising. And I would love more time to work on this and look into this as well. But as Commissioner Flanagan noted, the legislative session is ending in a few weeks. So it is now or never on this decision. And I absolutely hear and appreciate the sincere effort to have had more time to look at this. I would have liked more time myself, considering it and drafting the memo. I did bring this up more than a year ago in June 2019, as you may recall. At that time, there was an opportunity for discussion, and this was voted down without the dignity of any discussion. After that, the bill was introduced, the mechanism was reviewed by the staff, and the bill was sent to study. I understand the frustration here and wishing we had more time. It was difficult for me to turn it around in one business day and make sure that my facts were correct with the staff. And do my best to convey what it was that I was asking for and why in one page, knowing that there wouldn't be more than a couple days to look at it. But our frustration is nothing compared to the frustration of the people that have been promised by this law that they are going to be helped. And they don't care about the commission's authority versus legislative authority or who controls the tax fund. What they know is that the law directed money to be sent to technical assistance and to be directed into reinvestment into communities disproportionately harmed and into restorative justice. That hasn't happened other than our equity program. So we are under a serious obligation here that may require us to be flexible at times. I'll note that when Commissioner McBride, you brought up the idea of a letter to Congress, I didn't have time to consider it beforehand. It wasn't brought up beforehand. And my reaction was one of trust and appreciation and gratitude. And I immediately said, I don't know what the details are, but I would like to help. And that spirit of collaboration, I think, is what the commission was meant to have. I also think that assuming the legislature doesn't care because this bill was sent to study is really underestimating the legislature that wrote this bill. It didn't even go to the Cannabis Committee. They haven't considered this bill. They haven't considered this particular mechanism. And I believe that if we were to say we don't have enough funds to support the social equity program as it grows, that people would care, particularly now. I don't want to underestimate them and say they don't even deserve to hear about the challenges we're facing in implementing the law that we have all taken an oath to implement, and the people that we're meant to represent have voted into law. Finally, I agree 100% with Commissioner McBride about the data that we need to have this conversation. again, that's the point. The point is that we need to invest in gathering this data so that we can make decisions. And currently we don't have the resources. That's why that data doesn't exist. That's why we haven't gotten a report publishing the feedback that we've gotten from the first cohort who graduated in April. And it shouldn't come as a surprise. I think we all know that we have lost staff because of a lack of support and resources to equity and outreach. If that isn't a wake-up call, then I don't know what is. So I'd like, unless there's further comments, I'd like to make my motion.
Commissioners McBride or Flanagan?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Commissioner Flanagan.
I think it's a blanket statement to say that people don't care just because bills get sent to study. I don't think that necessarily it means the legislature doesn't care. It just means that at that point in time, the bill was moved. And because it's a revenue bill and because it has to deal with revenue, it would go to a committee that would not be the Cannabis Committee, because that's a policy committee and that's not a financial committee. I think that the difficulty here is that there is a distinction between the legislature and the actions of the legislature and the responsibility of an agency. And that's where I take it to heart, is that, you know, yes, the legislature passed the law. The ballot question, and you know, and I've been saying this for 3 years, and I know it's not popular, but this is what you get when you legislate by ballot question. Not everything caught up at the same time. We've been fighting about this, you know, for the last 3 years of, and maybe fighting isn't the best word, is that, you know, there's data we need that isn't collected by other agencies. Well, that wasn't updated. The OUI laws were not updated to include cannabis. The infrastructure to put in place for even this technical fund was not put in place. We still have to contend with the social consumption law because that has to be done with the technicalities that we're waiting on the legislature for. So there's a lot of different things that just didn't go as smoothly as people would like. And while the general public has been pushing, and I understand there's a lot of frustration, and again, it's not intended frustration, but I think that everyone has their agenda, right? People want to open up businesses, people want to buy cannabis, people want to have it in their part of the state, people want to make sure that everything is in place and they get the resources they need. We've asked for certain resources. That's why our budget request has gone up year after year, because we need to staff up and we need to put people in place. It's all part of it. And unfortunately, or fortunately, whichever way you like to look at it, we're the first, right? We're the first on the East Coast. We're the first that was trying to put this plan that looked really good on paper into practice. Unfortunately, that takes time. And while people are going to look at me and say, we've had enough time, we've been waiting forever, the reality is that the actions haven't been taken. So I don't think that us saying to the legislature, all right, we need this now, we need this right now, is going in the last 2 weeks of session during a global pandemic, when they're trying to figure out ways to keep people working and to open up businesses and to open up the phases, that this moves to the forefront. I think that given my experience in the legislature, both on Ways and Means and as a policy chairman, it takes time to work with people on Beacon Hill, not simply send a letter saying, let's do this now because this is important for people. And unfortunately, many will tell you, go into the substance abuse world, they'll tell you it takes years to get things done, but it takes a lot of collaboration. And it's not simply, the legislature isn't necessarily going to look, or legislators at the letter and say, all right, got to get this done, the agency said so. We're all separate entities. And I think that's where my frustration comes in, is that this is to me, it's a last minute memo. And I'm sorry, but it was filed 17 months ago. Like, we've had 17 months to work with whoever we needed to work with to try to get this done. And it just seems that at this late date, when it gets on an agenda, and knowing that this bill has no other co-sponsors except the person that filed it, and it's in a study with 46 other bills, I would rather talk to people about the initiative and what's important to the initiative than send a letter saying you got to pass this bill, because quite frankly, the bill can come out of committee and still be rewritten and not look like the way it's going to look right now. And I'm not about to give people in the Commonwealth false hope, which is why I've been branded a cynic for many years. I'm not giving people false hope that this is going to change things. Yes, it's one action. Yes, people may think it's one important action, but the reality is going to come when the actual resources are available. It's not to say that it's not a priority for us. It's not to say that this program is not a priority, because quite frankly, I'm not sure people in the Commonwealth live and breathe this every day like we do, and have a concern like we do in this commission, whether it's the commissioners, the staff, you know, our vendors, the participants in the programs. It's all relative to us, but I think that this one vote has taken up this much time, but doesn't have the intended effect that you're going to want it to have. And that's not to say, well, let's just do something so that we can show people that we're acting on this and that this is important to us. The reality is that this is going to be a longer conversation, but quite frankly, I think if you ask Commissioner McBride, myself, or you, there's another omnibus bill that could literally be put together that people need to talk about. You know, I said earlier today, we have a public awareness campaign that's doing great. I know very well that we may not have all that funding next year. It's not something I want to think about, but the reality in front of us is there's only so many resources. And I think that we're trying to do what we can. Staff, almost every one of the staff that was initially hired in this commission said they wanted to be on the ground floor of legalization in Massachusetts. And unfortunately, at that time, there was no support for anything. The 5 of us wrote the regulations in the first 3 months with no support from anybody. So I think the fact that we're here on the ground floor, you know, it's sort of like opening up the business. You throw everybody in the family and they have to work their butts off 1,000,000 hours a week to get it done. And then finally, years down the road, we see that it worked. And I think that's where we need to continue to work with the legislature. It's not a branded statement to say they don't care or that they don't know or that whatever reason people want to give, but it's going to take time to work with them and not just simply tell them what we want them to do.
May I make a point of clarification, a quick one?
Yeah, I'm going to ask that we get to the point where you make your motion quickly. I think we've kind of all spoken our piece, but go ahead, Commissioner Title.
I just, I want to acknowledge and thank you for sharing your expertise, Commissioner Flanagan. I was not saying that I want the letter to say, you need to do this right now. I wanted the letter to say, this is the position of the commission. And then of course, after that, it is anybody's prerogative what they want to do with that. So that's what the vote is about, is just understanding what the position of the commission is, because that's within our control. And the funds are sitting there. They're sitting there in escrow. The donations are. But I do appreciate, I heard you say this earlier this morning, Commissioner Flanagan, and then again now, that even if you don't think that a letter is appropriate or, you know, an official action that I think I heard you say comes down to us telling the legislature what to do, that you do see other ways, at least, of making that clear. So you did offer to help before, and I appreciate that. And I don't have any doubt that you support the equity program participants and staff as much as I do.
Okay. Yeah, I think that we need to get to the point where if you have a specific motion you wish to make, Commissioner Title, that I'd appreciate if you do so.
I move that the commission write a letter asking the legislature to create a mechanism for the commission to receive and use donations and fines and apply it to equity efforts, similar to, and let me just pull up the bill number and I'll be done with that motion. Senate Bill 1708.
Okay, thank you. Do I have a second on that motion, or? Well, then I will second that motion. I believe I can do that. I hope I can do that. Let the record show that the motion was made by Commissioner Title, seconded by Commissioner Hoffman. I'm going to allow and even request, as I ask for individual votes, if you want to make a comment about your vote, you don't have to, but if you'd like to make a comment about your vote, I welcome that. So Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
No,
Any comment?
I've stated what I believe needs to happen.
Okay, thank you very much. Commissioner McBride?
I'm abstaining, and I want to go on record as stating that I think that this is a deeply unfair, this is a Sophie's choice that we are being asked to make, that we are either, the appearance of this is either that we are in favor of social equity or we are not by virtue of this vote. And I want to go on record as stating that I think that the fact that this is being brought up today in this manner at this time with this little preparation is shameful. So.
Thank you, Commissioner Title. Commissioner Title.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. I vote yes, and I just want to add that I don't think that someone who votes no on this is necessarily against equity efforts, and specifically that I have no doubt that Commissioner McBride supports the equity program as much as me or anyone.
Okay, I abstain, and I abstain because I am not going to put the commission in a position where, with this much misalignment about what the right, I think everybody here is completely aligned in terms of objectives. I don't question that for a nanosecond, but there is clearly a misalignment with respect to what the appropriate tactics are. And I am in a position where my vote can cause this to go one way or the other. I will abstain, and therefore the motion does not carry with a vote of 1 in favor, Commissioner Title, 1 opposed, Commissioner Flanagan, and 2 abstentions, Commissioners McBride and Hoffman. The motion does not carry. I commit to continue this dialogue. I commit to work with all 3 commissioners to have the dialogue with the appropriate structure, with the appropriate analysis, with the appropriate time, so that everybody feels comfortable talking about this, because this is an incredibly important issue. It is, to me, a testimonial to the strength of this commission that we can have a conversation like this, that we can disagree with one another, not about the ends. There is no disagreement about the end goals. There is a disagreement about what the best tactics are to get there. And, you know, this commission, I've said this before, and I'll repeat myself, this commission was deliberately structured in the legislation to be diverse. We all have different backgrounds. We all have different histories, and you know, that is a strength of the commission, that we are that diverse. Diversity, however, is messy, because we're not going to agree with each other all the time, and we are going to have disagreements, again, about what the best tactic is to get to a commonly shared goal. And I commit to this commission and to the public that we will continue this dialogue, and we will have it in a way that every commissioner feels is the most constructive way to have this dialogue. But I feel obliged to not put the commission into a situation where we take an action that is so clearly uncomfortable to members of the commission. So my abstention stands, and as I said, the motion is denied. Yes, Commissioner Title.
Can I ask, in that case, since we don't know what will happen, that we put this on the agenda for the next regular commission meeting?
I will commit to do so with one caveat, which is that in consultation with other commissioners, without violating the open meeting law, if we can do so in a way that gives people comfort that we can have a productive conversation, given, you know, the amount of work and time required. But I will make an absolute good faith effort, Commissioner Title, to do exactly that. And I'm let me just, you know, since you're frowning a little bit, I am extremely confident that I can put this on the next agenda in a way that, as I said, all of the commissioners feel that we can have a constructive conversation on this incredibly important topic. Okay. As I mentioned at the beginning of the meeting, we are going to go into executive session, or at least I'm going to ask the commission to approve going into executive session, and then we are going to adjourn from executive session. The executive session is to discuss negotiating strategy with respect to a collective bargaining agreement. I'm going to make a specific motion, but before I do so, Let me just give you the rationale behind my making this motion. We have parts of the open meeting law and parts of the public records law that I think support the notion of going into executive session with respect to negotiating a collective bargaining agreement. In the open meeting law, there are two purposes. There are many purposes, but two specific purposes for allowing executive session. First, to conduct strategy sessions in preparation for negotiations with non-union personnel, and to conduct collective bargaining sessions or contract negotiations with non-union personnel. Purpose 3 is to discuss strategy with respect to collective bargaining or litigation if an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the bargaining or litigating position of the public body and the chair so declares. From the public records law, there are two things. One, that allow us to conduct business in executive session. One is personnel practices, which provide a basis for withholding records that are related solely to the internal personnel rules and practices of the government unit, provided, however, that such records shall be withheld only to the extent that proper performance of necessary governmental functions requires such withholding. And second, from the public records law, is that there's a deliberative process exemption, which provides a basis for withholding interagency or intra-agency memoranda or letters relating to the policy positions being developed by the agency. But this subclause shall not apply to reasonably completed factual studies or reports on which the development of such policy positions may have been, has been or may have been based. I believe very strongly that those provide us with an adequate basis for going into executive session to discuss a collective bargaining agreement. And so I would like to make a motion under the open meeting law, GLC 30A, section 21A, 2 and 3, and the public records law, GLC 66, and the exemption set forth in GLC for Chapter 7, 26B and D, that the commission enter into executive session to discuss negotiating strategy with respect to a collective bargaining agreement. So I make that motion and I ask for a second, and then I have some requests before we take a vote, but could I have a second on that motion, please?
Second.
That's Commissioner Flanagan?
Yep.
Thank you. Let the record show that that Chairman Hoffman made the motion. It was seconded by Commissioner Flanagan. Before I ask for a vote, given that the meeting is being conducted virtually, and I did this once before, I'm going to ask for a roll call vote and ask each commissioner to state on the record that no other person is present or able to hear the commission's deliberations.
Yes.
Thank you. And then secondly, I just wanted, before anybody voted, people need to understand that the other staff members who will be present, aside from the 4 commissioners, will be the executive director, the general counsel, the chief people officer, the chief of staff, and associate general counsel Smith for the purposes of taking minutes, as well outside counsel attorney Jim Pender will be in the executive session. So I wanted people to have that knowledge before I ask for a vote. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote and attestation that nobody will be able to hear your conversation.
Yes, I'm here alone.
Thank you. Commissioner McBride?
Yes.
Commissioner Title?
Yes.
Commissioner Hoffman? Yay. So we are in executive session. Erica, can I ask you about technology? Are we staying on this, or are we going to a different Teams meeting?
You'll see a different Teams meeting on your calendar, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thank you very much. So we are in executive session. As I said, we will not be coming back into public session. We will adjourn directly from executive session. Thank you.